One second. Oops. We're ready. Good morning. Welcome to the Board of Supervisors for our April 3rd, 2007 meeting. Roberta, would you please call the roll?
Supervisor Long. Here. Supervisor Foy. Here. Supervisor Bennett.
Here.
Sorry. Hi, I'm Roberta. Supervisor Flynn. Yes. And Supervisor Parks.
Here, and that makes all of us here. Our next item on the agenda, I can count to 5. We have our moment of affirmation. And fortunate this morning to have Pastor Dan Hull with the First Church of the Nazarene of Ventura. If you'd like to come up to the podium, thank you so much for coming this morning.
Thank you for the invitation. Father, this is kind of the beginning of the spring season, and there is a sense in which there's a little extra hope, a little bit of anticipation, and as we begin to see things bloom and blossom, there's also there's an extra measure of encouragement. So I pray that what happens in this meeting today, as people speak, as decisions are made, that there will be kind of a sense of shared encouragement. I pray your blessing of wisdom and your blessing of peace. Amen.
Next item on the, yes, actually Carol Dean Williams has many cards for us this morning. Would you like to come up to our moment of affirmation? And you have a total of 5 minutes for the morning. So.
Thank you, Carol Dean Williams. This is the month of Nisan, 5,767 years from creation. Wisdom, comprehension, knowledge. God's Torah teaches understanding and recognition of the Creator, the role and purpose of creation, and the importance and unique mission of each creature, including Carol Dean Williams. Thank you.
Thank you, unique creature. Our next item on the agenda then is our Pledge of Allegiance. Supervisor Long, would you like to lead us?
To the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We have a motion and a second. Seeing no objections, in the minutes of February 27th are passed. We'll now go to Mr. Johnston for our agenda review.
Madam Chair, members of the board, there is only one adjustment to your agenda. That's consent item number 17. You should have received a revised board letter and an attachment A for that document.
Yes, we did. Thank you. Are there any other requests regarding our agenda review? Seeing none, a motion to approve with the one revised item 17. Thank you.
I had cards on those.
Oh my gosh. Well, this is agenda review. We're not approving the consent agenda yet. That's okay. We do have a motion and a second to accept the agenda as revised with item 17. And now that passes unanimously. We have our consent agenda items. And we have a unique individual, Carol Dean Williams, who would like to speak to items 14 and 18. Does the board have any agenda items they would like to call out from the consent calendar? No? Okay. Mr. Williams, would you like to just do 14 and 18 all at once?
Yes, I will.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On item 14, this is the Watershed Protection District, and it's crossing districts 1, 2, and 3, but not Supervisor Foy or Linda Parks. And I was wondering about the funds on this, about the zones again. Mr. Flynn has raised the sharing of funds through the zones. I'd like to know if we could get some answer on that. And then on item 18, there's going to be a hearing on April 20th for the campaign finance, and it's going to be missing a person, Margaret Peterson. I wonder how that hearing is going to proceed since a member will be vacant. If I could get those answers. Thank you.
Thank you. We can respond immediately to the campaign finance question. Ms. Rodriguez.
It is true that Ms. Peterson did resign, but there are still 4 members on the Campaign Finance Ethics Commission, so the meeting still can be held. There is a quorum.
We do have a quorum. I did note also that retired Judge Peck has put in his resignation too. So, but that will occur after we find a replacement.
Judge Peck will stay on until the board starts to find a replacement.
Okay. And then regarding the zones, I think it does mention specifically what zones the flood money comes from. Do we have a motion then on our consent agenda items?
Second.
Motion and a second, and those are approved. And now we'll go to our public comments. And I have 2 public comment cards. Our first is Douglas Tapking from Thousand Oaks.
Good morning. Thank you. My name is Douglas Tapke. I'm the Executive Director for the Area Housing Authority, your housing authority. It's with a great deal of pleasure and pride that I get to come to you this morning. What I have for you today is a copy of our most recent audit. I'd like to give this to Johnny Johnson. It's for your either review or file, depending upon what you'd like to do with it. It's already been distributed to your staff. You will note again that it is a very nice, clean audit. It covers some $22 million in funds that we put into the County of Ventura on a regular basis. No findings, no material weaknesses. One of those things that you should be pleased to see. You will also note that over the past year or so we have completed the purchase of Mira Vista in the city of Camarillo, some 300 units that will be preserved for affordable housing in Ventura County. We are in the process of purchasing another 148 units in the city of Thousand Oaks in cooperation and a partnership with a private individual, building some additional units in Camarillo, and currently working on the development of a truly workforce housing development in the county of Ventura. So I guess I'd like to say thank you for all of your support, give this to you, and let you know that you clearly, your funds are in good hands with the Area Housing Authority, and we look forward to continuing to work with you. Thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you, Mr. Tapke.
You do a great job for all of us in housing. Thank you.
Our next speaker is regarding veterans training, and it's Danny S. Sebastian.
Good morning. My name is Dan Sebastian. I am a veteran, currently reside in Oxnard, but 4.5 years ago we formed a veterans private-public partnership for training for Ventura County veterans. I'm an engineer, a salesman, and a manager. I've held international positions with Weatherford when it was Daily Drilling Systems, Coil Tube and Drilling Manager. I started Pingo and was West Coast Regional Manager, attended Schlumberger's engineering program as a fellow in 1978 from Ventura, and I'd like to introduce ourselves and let you know that we have $1 million worth of telecom. We have 37 local major corporations, minor corporations, and without a dime of public money, we have in the Port of Hueneme, Simi, Newberry Park, Oxnard, $1 million worth of telecom, of which 3 are enough for a 2,500 size city. We have servers that have been donated for the purpose of having Visa Solutions have proper telecom as a home. We have 37 CNC and machines, all donated. I can tell you that there's not anybody that's been missed by me in 4.5 years. Bob Innocini, Amgen, I won't try to go down the list, Procter & Gamble. We've been helped by the Ventura County Charitable Commission, and we're looking for a home this year. I'm not looking for money. Regretfully, never taken a dime of cash. I gave a very nice check back for $5,000 to Amgen, and my response was, we don't take cash. We're not set up for it. It's not legal. I want your surplus equipment, but I also want your help. We use engineering on a daily basis. What we do is take veterans, and I have here, and I'll leave this for you when I'm finished, a wonderful article on Danny Jacob, a returning Iraqi war veteran. 4 years ago, Bob Innocenti, myself, and Gene Uphill sit down and said we wanted to take a 25,000-pound Mazak machining center, modify it to be able to be used by a wheelchair person. In October of this year, it started a lovely article, and I think everybody knows of it, of Danny from Fillmore, a wheelchair-bound, also a hospital corpsman named Danny, which I am also. In the time that we've been going, I think I've come to a stall with Diesel Solutions. We have no debt, no obligations other than a few bills outstanding. We're looking for a home, and we're going to be asking for you. And one of the things I'd like to ask you for today, and if you excuse me, I lost my eyesight 4 years ago with double detached retinas after 57 laser surgeries and 100 days at the Veterans Hospital. I know the ins and outs of the programs. Through Department of Rehabilitation, with Social Security Disability, filed to assist Diesel Solutions and was turned down, and I know the ins and outs of the system. I think we can aid veterans returning. There's 70 veterans currently who are qualified for disability and will be coming back. The second piece that I brought with me is a newspaper article, why Diesel Solutions has the ability to modify these machines for work. This was a January 7th article from the LA Times Sunday edition saying that there's 265,000 jobs this year and for the next 5 years just with Boeing alone. With Airbus taking a crater, 90% of those parts come from Southern California, and most of the machines that we've gotten and taken to Hueneme are in that particular line of work. Real work for real people with the ability to move the machines, the microprocessor. Channel Islands University's help, Ventura College's help. But the biggest thing has been people are willing to help if they know you're going to put people to work, and what people need is tools. We'll put the tools in their hands. What's in it for me? Diesel Solutions is the private part of this. As we put it together, we can take advantage of that. There's a foundation. That's where the machines go. The end game of this is after a year of training, a year of a staff membership, that Mazak will go to that individual for free, no obligation. So I'm a custodian on your behalf and people who have donated. I'd like to take and ask you to help on the home, let you know that there's probably 100 different state and federal things that we can do. I'd like someone to be a liaison, because all we want to do is be a spoke in the wheel. We can't be everything to everybody. I like to do what we do well, but have certainly had some roadblocks. You supervise directly 6 programs that even if you take the federal money and administer it through the county, you directly have these. You're the appropriate place. I have not went anywhere else. This is the first time I've appeared publicly on behalf of Diesel Solutions. I believe we have enough stuff to go to work, accumulate a wonderful warehouse full of brand new spare parts. It's amazing what people are willing to give, and we've been able to do this, buy a little bit, shuffle a little bit, but nothing's ever been sold. Everything that's been donated is in Hueneme or at its appropriate place being stored. So funds can be had for this. We'll probably need an intermediate home, but in the long run, what we need is a place to be and show. And I don't want to embarrass the county, because this is not being done in LA. I get more calls from Sacramento, San Diego. People hear about this and they're going, get going.
Thank you. It is a great endeavor. I do hope we can assist, or someone can assist you with space. Your time is up, but thank you for coming and for the work that you're doing. That concludes our public comment portion of the agenda. You know, I didn't see your card, but we'll believe you. Come on up and. Okay, please come up.
Point of order, Madam Chair. I've been thinking about you saying I'm too loud, and maybe I need to tune my voice, do just a small tuning to see if I'm meeting the loudness standard. How much time do I have left?
3 minutes and 57 seconds.
Okay. Geraldine Williams, 61-year resident. This is April Poetry Month. And I realize there's only one person up here I've never written a poem about, and that's your county council. So this is April and your county council. Sense up, Claybaum. It's measuring time. What's the size of Claybaum's girth? Skirt, howdy, he rarely speaks. So what are his words worth? I at least recite the government code, and I will remind him in the old days out of town on a rail his kind was rode. Oh, before I forget, he kept his word once upon a time. He had Jim Thronus tell me Ventura County is blind. I now bring to him the code of the West and tighten the cinch around his girth to measure his chest. Weaver smart, cinch patent roll snug. Cinch up, Claybaum. One knee in the rib might get out of you one ugh. Hey, cinch up, Claybaum. All the law is written in West Code. But as Flynn said, county council, the unfriendly road. Supervisors, it's past time to smarten up. So plant his butt in the saddle and tell him to put both feet in the stirrups.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. That concludes our public comments, and now we'll move on to our board comments. And how about we start on the left side of the dais this time and go to Supervisor Flynn?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. All I have is a list of people I asked the board to adjourn in memory of. Ask the board to adjourn in memory of. Plus, I would like to ask that the campaign ordinance, finance ordinance, be placed on the agenda sometime in the future before the campaigns really begin, so we can take a look at it. Thank you.
Supervisor Bennett?
Yeah, thank you. In response to Mr. Flynn's comment, I was talking with County Council yesterday about the campaign finance ordinance. My understanding is it's scheduled for the 17th now. Is that right? So it's scheduled to come back on the 17th, which would be 2 weeks from today. I'd like to ask the board to adjourn in memory of the people on this list, and I'd like to call out Nancy Hauser-Berube. She was a Ventura County employee for 26 years for the Department of Social Services, and she was a supervisor of the adoption program and the protective services program. Also, it is a delight to have read in the newspaper article written by Tim Hurt about the healthcare agency receiving the additional $10 million to provide coverage. And we've been out there talking a lot about this whole issue and in terms of what to do, and it's a great validation of our system to be one of 10 counties selected around the state to receive a share of that $180 million. And I think if we didn't have the great clinic system that we have and the great hospital system, we wouldn't have been one of those 10 counties that were selected. So it's certainly going to help us here in Ventura County, because I help the citizens of Ventura County a great deal. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Floyd?
Thank you. It's always tough when somebody passes in your district, and if you knew him or not, but this is also a little bit tougher since this was one of my staff members' grandmothers, and so I'd like to adjourn in memory of her. Also, last Thursday we had the opportunity to be part of a press conference talking about the widening of the 118. It's great to see this work being done. It sounds like there's a lot more opportunities that we have to continue this. It's always tough when there's just not enough money. So we got to continue to find the money, but I think that the Transportation Commission's done a great job of making that happen. It's great to see this going on. We're going to see a second phase, hopefully in mid-2008, for about another $80 million. But I also have a comment in regards to Supervisor Bennett's on health care. It is great that we have a system that the state believes in. I just personally have some concerns with taking the money and how we do that because of how we're going to qualify those people. I want to be careful that we make sure we get the most needy out of that, and that we don't just have an opportunity to give to anybody, because I noticed it was going to be, I think the way the healthcare agency said, that we're going to maybe give a card to people like a healthcare system. But going back to, I think, what Johnny Johnson has said, is we don't want to start a program that we don't have funds going future with. If they're only going to give it for 3 years, what do we say to those people at the end of 3 years? Sorry, you're off the plan. We don't have anything for you. That's one of the things. And then also, I'm not sure how they're going to actuarially try to determine how many people can be part of that, because if I have $10 million and I give it to 1,000 people, somebody ends up with a $3 or $4 million claim. All of a sudden our money's gone. So I want to be careful what we do with that. Again, so I think that's going to be important. The other side of that is, like I said, qualifying people. I've also seen where, from the business I've come from, where all of a sudden you go out to an employer says, it's $400, and I'm willing to pay $300 as an employer, and you, Mr. Employee, you can pay $25 a week for your $100. And I've seen a lot of people say, no, I don't want it, and I'll just go to county. Well, the problem with that is, if they also have that option, we want to be careful that we've investigated that option and make sure it's really given to people who may be a self-employed person who's got some health problem and can't get insurance or something like that. So I'd just be concerned. I mean, it's great that we have that opportunity, but I just want to make sure that we're careful about how we select those people. And at the end, when the money runs out, we don't have a program that we all of a sudden got to say, what, $10 million, we got to keep funding. So my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. And Supervisor Long?
Yeah, thank you. And yes, those are good comments, and that's one of the things the board has, in practice and policy, said anytime we get dollars that are grant dollars, that we track them closely, and when those dollars are gone, the program's gone, and the positions that may come with it are gone also. So it's certainly one we'll have to track. But also, I think one that speaks highly of the in receiving that, speaks highly of the system we do have in place, that we are able to be accountable, we are able to provide access and to provide quality care through the system we have. So I was very pleased to receive word of that that grant allocation. I too have a list to submit in a journal of memory of constituents in the 3rd District, and I'd like to call out one, Carolyn Vickers, who longtime family, long roots in our county, Santa Paula resident for 71 years, a resident of Ventura County, served our community through lots of volunteer support for Assistance League, 4-H, Grand Jury, Las Patronas. She was certainly very important in the Santa Paula community, and very loved, and will certainly be missed. I provided to the board some documents that I picked up at CSAC, that I don't try to burden you down with all of these documents, except I think that these were put together mostly by CSAC staff, and did a very good job on the complexity of particularly the county health or the health reform legislation, and the matrix that's presented that gives you a snapshot of the various legislations that are floating out there on health care reform and universal health care reform principles that CSAC has adopted, and also a fact sheet on the County Human Services Program cost results and service cuts that may come as a result of, frankly, a shift in federal program allocations. And then on a separate sheet, you've got attachments on the infrastructure bond package, facts about Prop 1A. One of the things I mentioned before at the dais is that some of the legislative leadership in Sacramento are saying things like the counties are flush now that we have all these property taxes, so we're flush. So that then gives them the what they feel may be the flexibility to do either some cost shifting or changing of programs that will back into county responsibility. So we have to be ever alert. And the legislation that's developing out of the Department of Housing and Community Development, and you can read it for yourself. But it's lots going on. Over 3,000 bills or something up in Sacramento, so they're very busy. We'll be doing our best to stay on top of it, particularly with our legislative team here, but also through those the association that we serve on and commit with CSAC to serve a role. I think that one and Mr. Supervisor Bennett didn't mention it, but he was up there to talk to the policy committee on the ag and natural resources on the mobile home issue that we carried forward in this county, and the legislation that is proposed to help fix that loophole. And the policy committee adopted it, and the board of directors adopted it, and adopted support for the legislation. So good work, and I'm very appreciative of the policy committee. They were that we carried that forward to them, so they're aware, because they're, as we said here, that there are many communities in the state that are impacted by that particular struggle and loophole. And let me see, let me cover. All right, one last thing I'd like to comment on. The board has certainly been aware of, and I know the GSA, Mr. Grossgold and Mr. Van Dyke have, I'm sure, briefed you regarding the Far West Resorts leasehold and issues with the Far West Resort Park. We have been meeting with the leasehold, the contractor, and we are working through some final issues that frankly relate to the state's role, and once we resolve that, then I think we will be able to have a wrap-up meeting with the Halifis, who are the leaseholders of Far West Resorts. The issue that was in the paper over the weekend as to current, the word tenant was used, but as was noted, we don't have tenants in parks. We have clients, perhaps. We have park users, perhaps. We have visitors, perhaps. Anyway, in speaking with Mr. Grossgold, and as our practice, we don't just evict people. There is a grace period, an amnesty period, whatever phrase you wish to use. So we have been contacted, my office has been, and I know Mr. Van Dyke and others have been, as to some of the folks who now realize that the county policy has been in place, unfortunately not enforced in the prior years, but is a policy for all the right reasons that this board's had this discussion on that policy. So the administrator has certainly the authority, and will exercise that authority to be fair to people with some amnesty of allowing them the opportunity to find other places to locate their RV vehicles. So there's not going to be a mass throwing out of people onto the streets. So wanted to make note of that, and I think that wraps up my comments.
Thank you, Supervisor Long. Supervisor Bennett wanted to add on.
I wanted to let Supervisor Long make the first report, since she was at the whole CSAC meeting and stuff, and want to thank her for her support in helping us get it on the agenda so that we could actually have the vote on the mobile home, the fix of the mobile home problem that we have here statewide. So thank you very much.
Sure.
I did also want to thank you for going to Sacramento for us, and the California State Association of Counties is an important group, and it's nice to see you taking such a leadership role in that and helping our county. I just wanted to comment that the California Counties Facilities Services Association has awarded our county as a 2006 Award of Excellence winner for our facilities services. Only 7 of 58 California counties were given this award, and it states that the County of Ventura has demonstrated exceptional dedication to facilities excellence through best practices, process innovation, staff development, department automation, and its energy program improvements. And so it's nice to see, and I see we have Paul Groswell back there. Oh, you have the award. Would you come up and show us that award? I didn't know that. It's a nice award. Please come on up. Look, we wanted to congratulate you, and it's nice to see And indeed, we have seen a lot of innovations and improvements in our general services agency, so congratulations to you.
Thank you. Madam Chair, Steve Morgan, GSA, board members, and Mr. Johnson. California County Facility Service Association is an association of facility managers that get together with and discuss latest industry practices and keep the counties current and help expedite making changes. This award is a new award, and it took a lot of work by this man, Mr. Paul Young, and his team to put together a notebook on the various practices that Ventura County facilities use to maintain the buildings and oversee all of our facilities. And it's a real testament to what these guys do and follow up on. One of the highlights here was the energy programs. They really pay a lot of attention and they weight them heavily. Most recently, Paul's group was responsible for submitting quite a bit of data following up on the energy of use in the county buildings, and 6 of our buildings received the Energy Star Award, and we actually received a plaque that we'll be bringing at another date, and these will be posted on those buildings. And it's a significant effort, and I think the savings has to be in excess of 20% at each of those buildings. And I know that's something that this board is really paying attention to, and so I'm very proud that they've made this effort, and thank you for recognizing us today.
Thank you. Congratulations. And this letter does specifically call out Paul Young also for his work, and I guess the county went to Monterey to receive that award, and congratulations. Nice to see. Saves the taxpayers, too. I just also wanted to comment about a really nice event that they had in Oak Park, where the community got together and decided to clean up Oak Park. And they got high school students and elementary school students and had over 150 people out there with trash bags, and got volunteers to assist in cleaning up the roadways. And it was all instigated by a woman that's not even in Oak Park but walks the area and came to the Municipal Advisory Council and made the recommendation, and things really came together. The trash haulers went and provided bins, and it was just very nice to see. And they're looking at having this be an annual event, if not twice a year, so it's nice to see that in the communities. I just want to also ask that we close in honor of these people on this list, and I know Supervisor Long has another comment.
I do. Thank you. Speaking about community, I wanted to just take a moment to thank our county library librarian and county library staff. A lot of them did tremendous work over the prior months to prepare for the grand opening of the Camarillo Library, which took place on Saturday at 10:30 in the morning, and must have had 500 people or more show up to just flood into that new library. 65,000 square foot library, state of the art, beautifully laid out and decorated, and $1.5 million raised specifically for books from the community in a very short period of time. But I know that our library staff just put in extra effort and work to make sure it was ready to open when the doors were open, and it was just an exciting morning, and I wanted to thank the library staff specifically. Steric Kreisman was there, and the library staff came up with the concept, and I was able to present it, that a book plate was prepared, and they've started a garden collection to honor Steric for her service to our county, a collection of books on gardening. And she was there, and of course Jackie Griffin, and it was really a wonderful morning. So yeah, I wanted to mention that. Thank you.
I did hear wonderful things about the opening, but particularly about the library and what an incredible facility it is. So fortunate people out in Camarillo and anywhere else in the library system that can use that. Our free library system. We'll move now from our board comments onto our regular agenda item. And our first item is item 28, which is our County Executive Office approval of Senate Bill 497. I see Ms. Hughes.
Morning, Chair Parks, members of the board, Mr. Johnstone. For the record, my name is Sue Hughes. I'm the legislative analyst for the County of Ventura. And I think this is the first bill that I brought to the board this legislative session, with all 3,300 bills so far introduced. And I'm keeping track of all of them for you.
All 3,300.
Before you today is SB 497. Existing provisions of the Political Reform Act of 1974 require that certain public officers, candidates for office, and employees file statements of disclosure of their investments, interest in real property, and sources of economic interest with the local filing officer. Our local filing officer happens to be our clerk of the board, Ms. Roberta Rodriguez, and she is responsible for about 800 filings. So that gives you kind of an idea of how big that really is. And that group includes county departments and agencies, boards and commissions, school districts, and special districts. So SB 497, what that would allow for is local filing officers would be allowed to accept electronic filings of those Form 700 documents. And it would save considerable manpower hours. It would also save a huge amount of storage of paper that we see here in the county. And year to year, those that are filing those 700 forms, like all of us do, you don't have to resurrect the document. If you've got it electronically, you just look at last year's form and make corrections or additions to that. This is not something new for the Political Reform Act of 74. In fact, now our office is responsible for filing Fair Political Practices Commission lobbying disclosure forms, and for the last 3 years, they only accept electronic filings. So this is sort of the new thing with technology, and this would enable the clerk of the board's office to save many hours of manpower and a whole lot of storage of paper. So with that said, that's what the bill is about, and staff is recommending that your board support passage. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Supervisor
Thank
Flynn?
you for your explanation. It was well done. If you're ready for a motion, I move approval.
We have a motion. And a second. See no objection, that passes. I think the board itself is probably responsible for 100 of those 800 forms. It's amazing how many. And I know our staffs would love to see it electronic too. So,
thank you.
Thank you. That passes. Our next item on the agenda is item 29 from the General Services Agency regarding an MOA between the county and the city of Thousand Oaks on Santa Rosa Equestrian Park.
Morning, Madam Chair, Supervisors, Mr. Johnson. I'm Ron Van Dyke, Deputy Director, GSA Parks Department. I'm here this morning to get the board's approval on acceptance of the memorandum of agreement between the County of Ventura and the City of Thousand Oaks for the development of Santa Rosa Park. We ask that you approve the authorization of the Director of GSA to sign the attached MOA between the county and Thousand Oaks, and to authorize the Director of GSA to execute and accept easements, deeds to the City of Thousand Oaks for trails, roads, and utility purposes.
Agreement. Huh?
Yeah, I'd like to bring your attention to one typographical error in paragraph D. Exhibit A is actually Exhibit B, and we'll make that change to the document.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? I'll go ahead and move the item. Motion
That's
second.
pretty neat. It's an agreement with Thousand Oaks and the county.
Yes, it would be good too if the city were in agreement. See no objection, that passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item, yes, we'll see. Yes. I have low expectations, so I'm not disappointed. Item 30 is our policy matters, and the first one is a recommendation for the appointment regarding, it's a send a letter to our director regarding our emergency services request regarding drought in the county and its effect on our cattle ranges. And I guess this is coming from me. I don't see staff here to discuss it. I know, Ms. Hernandez, if you had any comments on it, if the board has any questions.
Good morning, Laura Hernandez, Assistant Director, Sheriff's Office of Emergency Services. This is a letter requesting a USDA secretarial designation declaring the declaration on behalf of Agricultural Commissioner Earl McPhail due to drought conditions that are affecting our cattle. In previous years, we've requested a local emergency proclamation, which is not really necessary. All we're asking is that the board send a letter requesting this designation.
Thank you. Yes, Supervisor Coy.
And what are we expecting to get back?
This would open up programs from USDA and the Farm Services Agency, allowing cattle ranchers to receive certain assistance in the form of loans and other type of programs that would help the grazing areas of our cattle ranches.
Yeah, okay, that's great. I mean, I went out to a few ranches and a few of these people grazing. It's amazing how dry we've gotten all of a sudden.
Very
so
dry.
I got to talk to one guy who's got a couple hundred head, figured he's going to have to sell it all off at a loss here, real strong, maybe go out of business because of this. No, I appreciate that. Thank you.
And I know there are some appropriations there, too. Do we have any motion or questions?
I move the recommended action.
Thank you. Motion and a second. Seeing no objection. Why, yes, you do. Mr. Williams, before we vote on it, let's hear from Mr. Williams.
I had to hurry. Carol Dean Williams, 61-year resident, quoting Linda Parks, she said, "Another county disaster." And I have the date that I wrote that into a poem, and the headlines on the LA Times was "The Perfect Drought." Get prepared. Moses went to Pharaoh and said, "Let my people go."
Now, we'll go ahead and reinstate that motion in a second. Seeing no objections, that passes. Thank you for the comment. Our next item then is item 31, and this one is the appointments to the Ventura County Disaster Council, and they're in the packet, and I would move that we go ahead and appoint those individuals. Motion second. Seeing no objections, that passes. Thank you, and thank you, Ms. Hernandez, for preparing those. The next item on the agenda is also from me, and this is to reappoint my Planning Commissioner, Nora A. Dukas, to the Planning Commission, and reappoint Claudia Bill de la Pena, the City Council member from Thousand Oaks, to the Santa Monica Mountains Conservancy Advisory Board. So I'll go ahead and move that.
Second.
Motion second. Seeing no objections, that passes. And now Supervisor Long, your item 33.
Yes, thank you. I believe this is familiar to the board. We've weighed in on this issue a few times, and this is a request to send a letter to the State Water Resources Control Board expressing our support for approval of the Basin Plan amendment that was adopted by LA Regional Control Board, and also to stress that the importance of impacts to our county related to the basin plan that is to be generated out of LA, and that we have taken strong positions on this issue repeatedly to stress the importance of the chloride threshold and impacts to our agricultural community in the Santa Clara Valley, and the importance of revising this plan so it can be on as fast a track as possible. It's already, we've made progress in whittling down the studies to be done and the agreements to be reached and the monitoring to be done as best we can. And I think what's put forth now and adopted by Regional Quality Control Board is acceptable to the Water Coalition of our county. And we're now just asking that the state agree with the amended action. So that's the request before the board, to support sending the letter and the resolution.
If that's a motion, I'll second it. I'd just also like to compliment you and Rex Laird and Rob Roy for showing the leadership to really get hustling on this issue, because it's one of those inter-county issues that can just fester and nobody can get the job done on that stuff. So
a lot of work done by the coalition. I know Rob intended to be here this morning, but whatever. So again, I don't think it's new information to the board. I would hope that if you have questions, I'll try my best to answer them.
But real important work for the Santa Clara Valley.
Absolutely.
Let me just add my name to the list of Mr. Bennett is congratulating and thanking.
So that's the recommended action. That's a motion.
Thank you. I do have a motion and a second. Good work. No objection. That's passed. Carol Dean Williams does not have a card on this one. Item 34 then. This is our Sheriff's Department. This is some really good news, I think. And this is regarding reverse 911, something we've been looking forward to implementing in our county.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Mr. Johnston, Deputy and Chief Deputy of Ventura County Sheriff's Department. I believe you have all the information in the packet in front of you. We've been working on this for a long time. I know it's important to the board, and Mr. Mr. Bennett specifically has been very enthusiastic about this. We are also, the item in front of you is just for the allocation that would administer the program, and the CEO has supported our recommendation on this, so I'd be happy to answer any questions.
I do have questions. This, I think, is just it will be excellent in helping our emergency preparedness, particularly in the act of an emergency. One question I have, this system dials people's homes. You can tell them about everything from crimes in their area that they need to be aware of, I guess, to fires, to other kinds of disasters. I'm wondering if there's going to be some protocol in place in terms of what we'll be calling about, because you don't want to make it so that people go, oh, here's another one of those calls, and they may not listen when it's in a very important matter.
Absolutely. One of the first jobs that this program administrator that we need to hire will be to establish a protocol, which will certainly work for the CEO's office to make sure it's not abused, because we have that same concern that it'll be used so often that people will just start ignoring it, and when there is a true emergency, they won't pay attention to the calls.
Right. Good. And this will be available through the Office of Emergency Services, and it will be available to our other departments, obviously fire and others if necessary.
Absolutely. HSA and several other departments have already expressed an interest in the capabilities the system possesses.
And this would apply to the unincorporated county area?
It applies to the unincorporated county area. The database that we purchase includes the entire county, and we're working on arrangements now to provide access to cities that don't have a system like this in place.
Excellent. Yeah, this will do wonders. This is great. I'm really happy to see this. Supervisor Floyd?
Thank you. I noticed that we don't have funding. We didn't have a grant for this, but it's one of those kind of costs that need to come out of, I think, our general fund to pay for this. It's one of those things that safety is important, and I think we all believe in that. And as Supervisor Parks talked about, this is an advantage for us, so I'm excited about this. Thank you.
We do have grant funding is paying for the system.
Yeah, but I guess not the
general fund's paying for the position.
The position, but it's
yes, sir.
It'd be great if we get it all, but there are certain things that are important. This is where you got to spend your money. Appreciate you trying.
Excellent.
I have a question. One I support. Certainly, the system will be a great benefit for the county to have. And the question I had was related to the program administrator. If that once the system is in place and up and running, is that still a necessary full-time position for a program administrator? That's one question. And the second one is just in general policy. Adding positions, particularly at this point in time where we're about to go into our budget discussions, would it be better to hold this and the position piece on this until, and that's probably more for the board, until we go into the budget discussion so we get the bigger picture of other requests that will come in for positions. So, but first the question to you.
The program position will continue to be used on a full-time basis, and a large majority of the time will undoubtedly be spent on this program. Other counties we've talked to that have this system, it's very sophisticated, and not only, it's just not a matter of the initial programming, but it's maintaining a trained cadre of people. We'll have a cadre of people trained throughout the county at different locations, different stations. If something happens in the east or the west, we don't want to be dependent on one person, so they're going to have to maintain that training. And it's a very sophisticated program that will allow you, for an example, to go in and if we have a plume, a chemical spill, to actually draw a circle around a particular area and call just the people in that area where the wind is telling us the plume may go. And it's going to require someone to be up to speed, because I know the sheriff and I know this board is going to have an expectation. We have this system, it needs to be working properly now, and we truly believe that it takes a full-time person to do it. And trust me, we had some very lengthy discussions with Mr. Johnson's office over this about whether it was necessary or not necessary.
The phone number that is called in the residence, will it also call cell phones? How are those numbers determined?
It'll come off the 911 database. So the 911 phone calls we have, it has the capability for if we want to create separate databases on it. For example, if I want to be able to notify all the county staff that are assigned to the Emergency Operations Center, we can plug in a series of phone numbers, which includes their home number, a cell number, a work number, and the system will actually call all those numbers in sequence. So it may down the road, as we establish it, we may offer it up to citizens to say, would you like to have your cell number included in that? And a program administrator will certainly be necessary to maintain a system like that. It's a very sophisticated system.
Thank you. Supervisor Flynn, did you have a comment?
I just think that the staff, you don't really have many staff people on this issue. And Laura has been excellent, and the others, but it's a lot of work for just really a few people.
The people in OES,
and such an important task.
The people in OES are just over the top with work, and there is no flexibility up there whatsoever. And we were pretty adamant that we can't take responsibility for the system without a body to run it, just because it won't work properly.
And that individual doesn't necessarily have to be a sworn police officer.
Oh, no, they're a program administrator. They're not a sworn person.
Right.
But we'll undoubtedly train some sworn deputies as another part of their assignment, and other staff people throughout the county to be able to operate the system.
Right. Did you want to comment, Mr. Johnson?
Just a couple of points. One, we are in support of the position, the classification, because if you invest this kind of money in a highly technical, system and then don't maintain it properly, it's a little bit like a webmaster, I guess. How many people have set up web pages and then you go back and read it and discover the last update was 1975 or whatever. That can happen. So, and we recognize there is a need for the classification. The only comment I would make is, as far as the procedural sequence in which we allocate the position, right now it's getting to be almost kind of a meaningless discussion because the budget is overtaking us. But normally, fundamentally, all we're really saying is there's X number of dollars to go around. The sheriff will get his share, DA will get his share, all of the departments will get their appropriations. How that money is then spent is based on priorities set by the individual department head, and the sheriff constitutionally can decide how he spends his money. As long as there's more money, there's not a problem. When the money becomes limited, which it is, then the choices will be made. And I'm confident that the sheriff will make those choices. He and I talked yesterday about the trade-off, sending 75 deputies into the field to give notice door to door. Not only is expensive, but it is less timely than being able to make calls. So it's a trade-off, but it is an increase in your cost, and it is an increase in what the sheriff's going to have to decide, which is most important, when the crunch time comes. But fortunately, right now, it appears we are going to be able to fund basically what we've been doing in the past, and this is not going to break the bank. So there's no point in delaying it. One of the things that the sheriff explained is that he does have grant money for the equipment, and if we delay that part of it and you choose to go ahead with the program, you'll just spend more money for the same program. So it's important that we take it out of sequence, but normally I would not recommend that you increase staffing levels mid-year in the future.
You say normally you wouldn't, but are you recommending it now?
Well, I mean, I've danced all around it. I'm not against it in the sense it was not. If I was in Sacramento when this came through, I would normally have recommended the classification be created and that the budgeting issue be taken up in a couple of weeks. But we're that close now, so I'm not going to oppose it.
We lose a significant amount of grant money if, in essence, this doesn't pass today. Money we're using to pay for the system.
No question we're there for that. I think the question is just a budgeting thing. Do we approve this position from the contingency now or in the budget process?
Well, I'm not sure that it makes a lot of difference. I think you do want to approve the creation of the position. As far as the funding and the filling of the position, it's going to take you a while to get your equipment in place, I assume.
We're probably 6 to 8 weeks, and when you go through our background, that takes you 4 to 6 weeks as it is. So, I mean, you could be 2 weeks worth of funding out of this year to pay for salary, but we may not even make it before July 1st.
My guess is that we will certainly be able to go ahead. If you create the position, even if there isn't funding with it, it'll be taken care of. And then in the course of the budget process, you would certainly want to recognize it.
You stop dancing.
No.
Well,
I can dance a long while, Don.
Oh, that was a good one.
I still I think you said we're going to create the position. You want, I mean, right now its position is coming out of contingency. That's the recommendation. Is there any change in that recommendation?
As far as the funding?
Yes.
If your board would like to defer on the funding of the position, I don't think it makes a big difference. So if you don't want to take it from your contingency and want to wait for the budget cycle, that's certainly.
Either way, it gets funded. It's just which.
Well, as long as I need to start on the hiring process now.
Right.
Well, if you get the position
Yes.
created, you could, by the time the position's filled, I'm sure the money will catch up.
And you never know when we're going to have our next disaster here. In our
Absolutely.
That's right.
We need to.
And I know board members that'll be calling want to know why they didn't get phone calls. So.
I'm sorry.
I have one question for you, and that is, we talk about number one. You're right. We have been interacting with your office a lot, and we really appreciate you coming forward with this and the leadership of Laura and Dale. This is a great program, and I'll tell you, particularly the Ojai Valley seems to get hit with being cut off, fires and floods and all of those things. So really appreciate that, and we've had this discussion a lot. One question I have is, in reality, we talk about 75 deputies going out and trying to notify everybody. In reality, if we make the call and we have a fire coming down and we're saying, hey, this is now an evacuation area, wouldn't we still send those deputies?
I think it all depends on what type of evacuation we're doing. Are we just going to do an advisory, or are we, telling people that, okay, you really need to go now? Mm-hmm. So it all depends on the situation. It'll certainly relieve the workload and what those people have to do. But, we're always going to err on the side of caution. If the fire's coming down the hill, it's going to do that. What it might relieve is, instead of doing, for example, up in Lockwood Valley during the day fire, we went out the day before and said, hey, just so you know it's burning this way, we'd probably make phone calls instead of sending all those deputies out to do that.
Okay. And in great deference to our CEOs bringing this issue up in terms of where the funding's coming from, et cetera. I think what I'm hearing is this is a great program. We've got to do it. We've got to authorize Jeff to be able to go out and start hiring. I'd like to make the motion that we authorize the position, we authorize the program, and we defer to the CEO exactly what budget he wants to take it out of and how he's going to handle it from that standpoint. So that'd be my motion.
Do we have a second to the motion? We have a motion and a second. Are there any objections? No.
Well, I don't object, but I just think that we're very anxious today, much more than ever before, because of climatic change, and catastrophic events simply don't happen around budget deadlines. So I think we're on the right track right now.
It's nice to see it finally up.
I'm not sure Mr. Johnson liked that comment.
We do have this.
I thought it was really nice.
We do have a motion and a second. No objection. It passes. Did you have another comment?
Was that both on both recommendations?
Yes, it's my understanding that Supervisor Bennett's motion was.
Okay.
Go ahead. Well, I guess while I have the mic, the GSA got that award today, and I'm a customer of them, a heavy customer. Steve Morgan, Paul Young. They are just stellar. They are can-do people. They are just incredible. So it was a well-deserved award. And as a customer of them, and an oft-times critic of ISF's, the crew that's there just does a stellar job. They're amazing on getting things done for us.
It is great.
So thank you.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you for your leadership on this too, Jeff. Appreciate it.
Thank you. That motion does pass. We'll now go to our time certain items, and our first one is 9:30, and I see that Mr. Magny, the president of the Channel Islands chapter of the California Native Plant Society, is here. If you'd like to come up to the microphone, I have this resolution that proclaims April 6th as California Poppy Day, and we even colored it in California Poppy Yellow.
Good.
This celebrates the 104th anniversary of California state flower, and it says, whereas by the act of the California Senate dated March 2nd, 1903, the California poppy was adopted as California's state flower, and whereas on May 1st, 1987, the California Poppy Project was founded to conduct statewide educational programs and to encourage all residents in California to return California to its prolific golden state by planting free packets of California poppy seeds in non-public and approved public areas. And whereas the assistance of the Native Daughters of the Golden West, the California Poppy Project achieved its goal to distribute 100,000 free packets of California poppy seeds by the 100th anniversary. And whereas Californians are encouraged to request 1 free packet of California poppy seeds by visiting California Poppy Project's website, and to embrace the project's objective to help preserve and protect our trails, paths, highways, coastal areas, parks, and safety rest areas from the blight of discarded litter. Now therefore it be resolved that the Ventura County Board of Supervisors takes great pleasure in proclaiming April 6, 2007 California Poppy Day, and calls upon the citizens of Ventura County to celebrate their state flower. And I know beyond the poppy there are many other flowers and other botanicals that the California Native Plant Society works on protecting, and I'm glad you're here to receive this. I'll bring this down, and if you'd like to talk, that'd be great.
Well, thank you very much. I think it's important to recognize our native flora, and the California poppy is the symbol for native plants in California. It's a beautiful wildflower that is widespread throughout the state and is in bloom right now. Although in Southern California, being such a dry year, we're not going to have the big displays that we did last year, but they are out, and go out and enjoy them and other wildflowers. Thank you.
Thank you for coming and accepting this.
I have a card back.
It's a good opportunity.
Geraldine Williams, for the record, it was April 1986. I was coming back on I-5, the grapevine. I heard it on the grapevine. And there on my left was these California poppies. I pulled over. I wrote my first poem in my head. Right there, parked on the left of me, was those California poppies. And gosh, I've written thousands ever since. It was the gift of the California poppies. I just wanted to put that on the record. Thank you.
This day has a particular significance to you then, I think. Our next item on the agenda is another time certain, and this one is proclaiming April 2nd through 8th Public Health Week, and I believe we have Linda Henderson, our Public Health Officer. And I'll go ahead and read this. It states, whereas the mission of Ventura County Public Health is to optimize the health of all persons in Ventura County by promoting healthy lifestyles and preventing and controlling disease, injury, and disability. And whereas public health provides a leadership role in coordinating community resources with its partners in health program, working with schools, community-based and volunteer organizations, public safety and emergency response agencies, local businesses, media, health, and social service providers and community groups to prepare Ventura County residents to respond effectively to public health emergencies. And whereas despite growing health risks and a host of public awareness efforts, many Ventura County residents remain unprepared for public health emergencies, whether naturally occurring or caused by human action. And whereas while it is important for individuals and communities to plan in advance to ensure effective response to public health emergencies, vulnerable populations need extra resources to help them prepare. Thus, preparedness and public health threats addressing the unique needs of vulnerable populations has been chosen as the 2007 National Public Health Week theme. And whereas this year's Public Health Week is dedicated to urging Ventura County residents to take the first step towards preparing for public health threats, community members are called upon to prepare themselves and to think about ways they could help vulnerable people in their neighborhoods during an emergency. And now, therefore, be it resolved, the Board of Supervisors pleased to proclaim April 2nd through 8th Public Health Week, and be it further resolved that the Board commends all public health employees and their community partners for their contributions to helping Ventura residents prepare for public health emergencies. And it is a timely one, too, right after we've approved that reverse 911 system that can also help our vulnerable populations. If you'd like to speak, I'll come on down there and present this to you.
Thank you, Supervisor and members of the board. Johnny Johnson. I have some staff with me if they choose to stand. Would you like to stand today? These are the folks who work tirelessly every day, dedicated to our mission of public health. And since 9/11, our mission has broadened because public health is part of the first responding team. So we've been spending energy, resources, time with your support, your gracious and generous support, to help our community become prepared. So today we really call on people to think about being ready in their own homes, to be self-reliant. And in prior days, we used to say be ready for 3 days of having water and food and medication and diapers and pet food. We're really calling on people to think about 2 weeks of being self-reliant. And for this particular week, we also ask you to not only prepare for yourselves, but to look around your neighborhood of people who may be in need, single moms with children, elderly people who live alone, residential care facilities in your communities, elderly people who take care of an elderly spouse. We know in our neighborhoods who these people are and where they live. So if we can take an extra moment to keep extra water or food to help our neighbor, that would be a great gift to our community. Thank you for this opportunity in recognizing Public Health Week. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for your
Thank you. Just a thank you to all of our public health employees, our public health nurses, whether it was 9/11 or whatever, to be able to now look at our response to our community from any disaster, from pandemic flus, from all of those things that we're now working to be prepared for. It's wonderful that public health is at the table, is working across the table with many of our other agencies and working so well with them, and certainly doing a great job. So I appreciate all you do. Thanks.
Thank you. And great public outreach. Mm-hmm. We do have a public comment card on this. Mr. Williams?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Carol Dean Williams, 61-year resident. I heard her presentation, and since the perfect drought is on its way, or already here in Ventura County, I would like her to come back up and answer what I do when all my food and water runs out in 2 weeks. What happens then? Because I wrote a poem, since this is April Poetry Month, I wrote a poem that you can only do without air for 3 minutes. You can only do without water for 3 days. And what was one for 30 days? What was the 30 days? I forgot what the 30 days was. Well, she said 2 weeks. Can she come back up here and answer what am I to do after 2 weeks? Thank you.
You're on your own.
Our next item on the agenda is brought to us by Supervisor Long, and this is honoring a very special lady.
Thank you, a very special woman in our community. And I'm going to step down there because rather than have Ellen stand there alone, I'd like to step down there to present this to her. Ellen Brokaw, please come forward. Do this. So, thank you. And those of you who know Ellen, you know she doesn't like to do this. But I thought that after serving for 10 years on the Ag Policy Advisory Group and was one of the original members, that she certainly deserves some recognition for that and for her life's work. Ellen has been a member of our county along with her wonderful husband Hank since 1954. Brokaw Nursery is known to all of us in the community and all of the farming community, and has grown to become a leader in producing our wonderful avocado, citrus, and subtropical fruiting trees and many other wonderful products in our community. As president of Brokaw Nursery, she operates the orchards and other enterprises along with her husband Hank and lives in Santa Paula. She has co-chaired in her many public service roles and hats that she wears. She's co-chaired the Committee on Women in Agriculture, has served on the boards of the Ventura County Farm Bureau, the Ventura County Agricultural Association, El Concilio, Palmer Drug Abuse, Private Industry Council, and is a founding member of Ag Futures Alliance, and is chair of our Farm Worker Housing Task Force, and just does great due diligence and puts great heart into that work for farm worker housing. She has worked with a dedicated group of community activists, organized the community, and made significant progress, I think, on the issues that are important to keeping our agriculture our #1 industry in this county. She introduced the standards for the agricultural buffer zones, and with the Ag Policy Committee recommendation that we'll be discussing later today on our agenda. She has been very much a strong advocate for that, again, protecting agriculture, promoting agriculture, and looking at the interface issues and trying to find peace between those interface issues. As the original member of the Ag Policy Advisory Group and her 10 years of dedication to our public service, I wanted to just ask Ellen to come into the boardroom and to express appreciation to her for all of that work on the Ag Policy Advisory Committee. So that is the resolution I'll be presenting on behalf of all of the board, and I know you join me in this because she is a wonderful woman in our community, and to thank you.
Thank you, Kathy.
Where's my staff? There she is. I turned the wrong way, didn't I?
Madam Chair.
Yes. Supervisor Flynn.
I'll wait till the picture. I'd just like to make a couple of comments about Ellen. She's, in my view, she's always been kind of that person who helps bring people together. And in one instance, and there have been many, it would have been, and it is, the farmers and the farm workers together as far as trying to provide housing for them. And so she's been a leader in that. And I have to remind the group again, Ellen, if you don't mind, so we can show, in addition to everything else that you've done. But in 1964, there was a proposition that allowed anyone selling a home to discriminate in any way, whether it be by religion, color, whatever it could be. They could discriminate. And so a campaign was organized, No on Proposition 14. That was in 1964. And Ellen Brokaw was an active participant in that. So she has a great history of serving everyone in Ventura County. And so I commend you and thank you.
We do so much appreciate the service that you've given. You've been on so many different committees with the county, and I hope that you'll come back to. Supervisor Bennett.
I want to just compliment Ellen real quick on raising a great family. Her daughter is one of the coordinators with the City of Ventura for the WAVE project that we funded 2 weeks ago, and which got all the way through the funding cycle last Friday, just on time for the March 30th. So you're doing a good job as a mother raising kids, too. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. May I say a few words?
Yeah.
I'm not retiring. John and I are the same age, and perhaps we both should be considering hanging up our hats, but I'm not ready. I will continue to be working on agricultural issues, and in particular on farm worker housing. And I feel so blessed to be part of the Ventura County community and to have lived here most of my life, and so grateful for the leadership of this board, you and your predecessors, dating back at least to the passing of the Guidelines for Orderly Development, without which I don't believe that agriculture would be where it is today. And you continue in that leadership, and I really appreciate it. I don't always agree with some of the things that you think will support agriculture, and there's legitimate debate as we move into the future, but you certainly pay attention and you care, and that is wonderful. And I am so grateful, Kathy, for what you do and for appointing me. It's been an honor to be on the committee for 10 years. And you are my ideal of a supervisor who is thoughtful and weighs the interests of all of your constituents, which is a job. I know you all do that, and it's not easy, and I appreciate it. I think the outstanding accomplishment of the 10 years that I was on the committee is the buffer policy. Julie Bulla, who was our staff when we started that work, was tenacious and talented in bringing that forward, and it's now moving with the help of your capable planning staff into the ordinance format, and that's a very important protection for agriculture moving on into the future. Service on the committee was always interesting, sometimes very frustrating. It was a grand committee led by Charlie Schwabauer through all these years and continuing. One issue that I may come back and talk to you about as a layperson is top on the list of concerns for agriculture. Very top of the list is markets, global competition, then labor concerns, labor supply, then perhaps land prices, but right up there is the issue of regulations. And I don't know that it is so much just the regulations themselves, but the way they are often administered and implemented. And I hope you will in the future take leadership in addressing some of those issues that we farmers struggle with. And thank you again.
Our next item on the agenda is item 22, and this is Supervisor Flynn.
Right. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to ask all the members of the Knights of Columbus to come forward, if you would, please. And come down to the lectern. Now, there's some knights that are from different councils, and let me hope and pray that I get the right one. Victor Mercado, so if you, Kathy Long, when we present this, if you'd come down with me, he's from the Wainimi Council. And then we have Ray Centeno. Ray is here. And then we have Henry Rodriguez. Henry here. And he came in first, I think. He's always on time, right? And David Fairbrother, Mission San Buenaventura. So if you'd come down with us, Mr. Bennett. And George Moraga, he's from San Buenaventura. And then Sharif Khoury. Did I say it right? Correct. Thank you. So I have the resolution. If we would come down, Mr. Bennett and Kathy Long. And Ramon is here. Hey, Victor. Now, let's see. Victor is in from Portland. And then Mr. Bennett from Mission San Buenaventura. And which other one do we have? Oxnard?
Yeah, Oxnard. I'll take it.
Okay.
And my name is Henry Portawani.
If you come up. Okay, I think we got it all straightened out.
Yes,
right?
we do.
Victor has the ability to straighten things out. Why do I say that? He was in the Navy, and he was an E9, right?
Yes.
So he had those stripes all over his. And so if you ever see him in a function, he's like the Navy guy running things. Anyway, this is the 125th anniversary of the founding of the Knights of Columbus. And the Knights of Columbus is a Catholic organization,
It brings people together in the community. It helps people, especially when people historically have come from other countries. It's very sensitive about their needs and so forth. It has youth committees and youth functions. It has such things as father-daughter night in some of the councils, and that becomes a yearly function. So it's an organization that serves each community, whether the community members are Catholic or not. It would not turn away anyone. So we have this 125th anniversary. Oxnard is, I think, the oldest council in the state of California and the largest council in the state of California. And when we say the pledge to the flag, historically, if you recall, I think in the 1950s, 53, under God was added, and was added because of these people right here, all these knights, and their brothers throughout the United States. And so that was added. Vic. Let me, you have one? Let me ask Kathy Long to make some comments, and I'd ask you on behalf of the group. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Supervisor Flynn, and certainly an appreciation. I've had the opportunity also to participate in some of the activities with the Knights of Columbus and Santa Paula and other areas, but always appreciative of your mission and your caring for the community. So this, I'll present this, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Supervisor.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Bennett from the Mission San Buenaventura. Just the mission itself celebrated its birthday the other day.
That's right. And the Knights of Columbus Hall has just been a great asset for the community in Ventura, George. And we appreciate the many functions you've been involved in. Did the St. Patrick's Day parade and dinner over there just this year. So thank you very much for everything you do.
I'd like to introduce Victor, who will pretty much represent the councils. Victor is a longtime friend of mine. He's a very community-oriented person. He's, if you had to pick 10 of the strongest people in Oxnard as far as holding people together, Victor would be in that 10 group. So Victor, with that introduction, and I'm not making it for campaign purposes, okay? I really mean it.
Thank you very much, John.
Okay.
Madam Chairperson, members of the board, on behalf of the Knights of Columbus and also District 62 and our Supreme Knight Carl Anderson and State Deputy Emilio Mori, I accept this resolution honoring our founder, Reverend Father Michael McGivney. I just want to give you a brief highlights of what we have done during the last couple of years. I'm not going to go back 125 years. Our significant event was during the Typhoon Katrina in New Orleans area and so forth. Our Supreme Knight immediately promised $2.8 million to aid, hoping that he will get additional dollar from each member of $1,700,000 to raise it to about $4 million. But the Knights of Columbus did not donate $4 million. The Knights of Columbus donated $10 million. And right now they're still spending and constructing schools, and all those who are in need are being given aid through the Red Cross and all the other charities in the Gulf states. And in addition, the California province of the Knights of Columbus is deeply involved in our mentally retarded program, and also the Wheelchair Foundation. We have sent wheelchairs to Ecuador, Mexico, and most recently into Poland. And last December, when one of the provinces of the Philippines was stricken with a typhoon, the Knights of Columbus donated $50,000 to the Philippine charities through the Knights of Columbus. So these are only some of the highlights. And for the donated hours of services to charity and so forth, we have donated 60 million man-hours. And statistics say that if you compute that with the dollars, it will amount to $1,155 million. So there we are. We are supporting charity regardless of the faith that you practice. So I thank you for all these resolutions, and John, thank you for sponsoring this, and Ms. Long and all the members of the board. So the Knights of Columbus wish you all a happy Easter.
If we can just conclude by, with these comments, that we are in the Lenten season, and this is Holy Week, and I feel very proud that for all of you, I'm your brother also. Thank you very much. Thank you. You want to take a picture of us all together? Where do we stand? You're going to take the back. Carlo to come forward too.
Thank you very much.
Before we go to a break, we do have a card from Carol Dean Williams on this particular item. Did you still want to speak on this? You do? Okay. You have 29 seconds, and we'll start counting now.
Carol Dean Williams. I did attend the 225th anniversary of the mission, and since it was 100 years apart, but the governor, Philippe, pointed out one very interesting thing. From San Gabriel to San Luis Obispo, the mission was the first settlement of Europeans, that it was only Indians that lived here and completely undeveloped from San Gabriel to San Luis Obispo.
You've exceeded your time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're going to take a quick 5-minute break and then come back to our last 9:30 time certain. Thank you. Okay, we'll come back into session from our brief little break on our April 3rd, 2007 meeting, and we're going to go to item 23, which is our last time, 9:30 time certain, and this is regarding our MOU with the SEIU.
Madam Chairman, members of the board, John Nicole from Industrial Relations Sections of the CEO's Office. This is your second reading and public hearing on the amendment to the MOA with the SEIU. This was a correction to the contract to include titles that had been part of the original negotiation and had subsequently had a title change. This covers the clinical lab scientists and ensures they continue to receive their premium payments.
And for those who don't know the alphabet soup, Memorandum of Agreement between the County of Ventura and the Service Employees International Union. Do we have any comments or a motion? Motion and a second. Seeing no objections, that passes. Thank you for that.
Thanks very much.
We can now go on to our 10 a.m. time certains. And the first one we have is an oral presentation from Mr. Johnson.
Is this the budget? No. Yeah, I don't have a whole lot for you this morning on it, which should be a relief. Well, I was in Sacramento last week and listened to some of the discussion on Prop 1A and what's happening in Sacramento. And what's happening in Sacramento, just like you heard from SEIU when they were here, is that there's a sense that the local government is thriving because of Prop 1A, and so there is a handout. In fact, I'll be sure you'll get a copy of it, but they referred it to as the debunking document. It's a little oversimplified, but one of the things that they showed was the growth in local revenues versus state revenues in I think it was like a 15-year period, and local revenues grew about 18%, and state revenues grew 114%. Now, that's, like I say, it's overly, I think they overly simplified it, but it does give you an idea of what's going on. The advantage of Prop 1A was to protect what we had. It didn't create any new money locally, and so therein lies a little bit of the disconnect where people think things are terrific locally. Prop 1A did not generate money. All it did was, help you fence off what you have, and so the challenge of the spring will be to spread what we have. We've been forecasting on the basis of a 5-year projection, and even that is more than anybody can reliably predict, but it gives you kind of a general idea. And under the 5-year projection, when we said the budget was sustainable, we meant at that level. But of course, the county grows in population, the problems increase, and the departments have additional services that are being provided. So there will be demands that will well exceed your current budget in terms of program, and then obviously the cost that goes with that. We are still looking at that $6 to $8 million gap. $2 million of it is actually new program. It took into account the item you had this morning, the reverse 911. It was taking into account trying to fill out the one gang unit for the sheriff. It had a couple of other things in there that for the administrator guardian's office. But aside from that, it's basically buying what you currently are buying at the increased cost. And of course, that is affected dramatically by what happens in the at the labor table as far as the cost of labor. So, assuming that that there can be labor peace within the general guidelines of the forecasting, we think we will have almost a balanced budget for you. If it doesn't get balanced, it'll have to be balanced, but your board will has the privilege of deciding what you won't do in order to do other things. And obviously anything new that comes on board competes with that. And then my biggest concern continues to be the issue of the incarceration, jail overcrowding issues, because a lot of the time spent by the governor last week and I guess, is he called the warden? the chief of the corrections department for the state, Mr. Tilton, when they talk about what they're doing at the state level, sounds like they are giving local government the opportunity to be the one that has to make the hard decision on who gets released unless additional capacity is created. And creating the capacity is time-consuming. That is, you can't just open it up the next day. It will take you 3 to 5 years to build institutions or expand institutions. But the greater concern is that then they have to be operated. When you put in a reverse 911 and maybe it costs you $120,000 to maintain that, you put in an additional pod at the jail and 800 beds, and I think we're currently assuming that the cost of retiring the debt and paying for the staffing is like $23 million a year. So that's in addition to what we're currently doing. And at some point we've got to figure out how we cope with that. So we're still waiting on Sacramento to learn what they have in mind for us, but they're looking upon it as a local problem, and that's, I think Supervisor Long mentioned the issues of cost shift. It's only a local problem if they decide to stiff us when we show up with our bus to deliver prisoners to the state. On the other hand, I think that the law is pretty clear on what the state's obligation is, so that will all be interesting as far as us squabbling over it, but it will not solve the problem of, what do you do with the people who have been convicted of crimes. So anyway, the good news is that it looks like the forecasting and what we have been doing remains close to sustainable without any severe cuts, but all the new pressures are going to require you to take a look at your priorities. So we'll be back. I think that was the governor's line. I'll be back. Yes.
Yeah. And he was there. He did speak to us.
Okay.
Mr. Johnson made comment, and in the packet I provided, we have both the chart that, although maybe too simplified, but it does demonstrate revenue flows between state and county, and then the facts about Prop 1A, which is an effort for CSAC to put out to anyone who will listen that, just because we now have control, a little more control over our destiny, it doesn't make us all flush with cash. And between corrections reform and health reform and shift of federal dollars to our some of our CalWorks stuff, there are significant pressures on local government.
We were talking about the jails. There was an article in the paper on Prop 36 and how the system it's just not working as envisioned in terms of a lot of people aren't even, these are the people, instead of going into jail, can go into kind of a diversion program, and that some of them aren't even being followed or tested. And I know we did an effort to move that to our probation department to oversee instead of our behavioral health division. It would be interesting to see if we're having, and I expect a report back to see if we're having some benefit out of that change. So I'm interested in looking at that, but also looking at, I think it's Orange County that's working to see that repeat offenders who are illegal immigrants don't end up back in the jails but can get deported. So I'm just wondering what we can do to help relieve the jail crowding if we're going to continue to be faced with this problem.
Right. And that is an issue because now not only do you have the question of the state shifting costs, but as the federal government continues to finance the war, both in Iraq and the war on terror, they're moving their resources to border areas, which we are not one, and so they're not spending the same kind of time and resource in counties like Ventura, and that raises another set of problems. But the difficulty is that local government has, or your county has very little ability to do anything other than raise fees for, say, building permits or planning. You really don't have any revenue sources that you control, and yet the problems of maintaining the standing army by supplementing military pay for people who are on leave, sustainable, or what do you call it, living wages, healthcare initiatives, and now this whole issue, the issue you're bringing up, which is going to be seriously impacting our jail capacities. Now we're talking about the immigration services of the federal government. If the state and federal government can't fund those things, I don't know how it can be expected that you folks are going to be able to do it. But that's all part of the mix, and you just have to decide which things you think you can deal with in the short term that will make life better.
When you see the Prop 63 that provided money for mental health, and then the state looking at how can we take a piece of that, even though the program was supposed to be for only new programs, the people who wrote that actually wrote in there, you can't take money out here to supplement other programs. But it's almost like you need to make all your legislation that way when you write, to say that you can't take this revenue stream that's specific for this and use it for something else. So it's unfortunate to hear the state's looking back at what they can take from the local areas again. That concludes your budget presentation then?
Right, on that cheery note.
Thank you. Back to our regular agenda item. Did we do our correspondence agenda items 35 through 38? I don't believe we did. How about a motion on it? Thank you. Got a motion and a second, and this is our correspondence agenda. Seeing no objection, that passes. The only thing we have is closed session and then a 1:30 time certain public hearing on farm buffers. So I think at this point we can go into our closed session and then return to open session at 1:30. Do you anticipate any announcement from our closed session?
No, there will be no announcements.
Okay, so we'll be back here at 1:30 then. We'll come back into session for our April 3rd, 2007 board meeting. And we have a 1:30 public hearing on our farm buffers, and I'll give it to staff. Hello.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. For the record, I'm Tricia Meyer of the Ventura County Resource Management Agency's Planning Division, and I'm here today to present the Farmland Buffer Ordinance, which requires amendments to both the coastal and the non-coastal zoning ordinances. Before I begin my presentation, I want to point out that the Farmland Buffer Ordinance is the result of cooperative work from a number of sources. I worked very closely with Bruce Smith from the General Plan section, and he may jump in here to help me clarify any questions that come up. And long before putting pen to paper, Bruce and I consulted over many months with the Agricultural Policy Advisory Committee to get their input and to work with them as they were revising and refining their own ag-urban buffer policy. We drew upon APAC's early work and received helpful input from both Rita Graham and Susan Johnson in the Agricultural Commissioner's Office, as well as Julie Bula from the Planning Division, who helped develop the original APAC policy. I wanted to acknowledge their involvement in this process and emphasize that this was really a team effort to create this ordinance. I also wanted to bring to your attention one additional public comment letter that was received by staff by fax yesterday from Tara Donlan of the BIA. I believe you have a copy of it, and it was submitted for the public record. I'll go ahead and address Tara's concerns during the course of my presentation as I touch on the topics that she brought up in her letter. So to begin, the genesis of this ordinance began with a general directive from your board in 2005 to prepare an amendment requiring a 300-foot buffer between agricultural land and new development. At its core, a farmland buffer acts as a physical separation between urban and agricultural uses of land. It's believed that a physical buffer minimizes potential conflicts between farming activities and non-farming uses. The underlying intent is to find middle ground that allows the farmer to continue to work the land without raising the ire of non-farming neighbors. The purpose of the two farmland buffer ordinances before you is no different. These ordinance amendments are structured to minimize potential land use conflicts, to strengthen existing agricultural policies, which I'll elaborate on in a moment, and to maintain farming viability and the farming industry in Ventura County. After the recent series of articles in the Ventura Star detailing farming on the edge, which concluded in January, and based on your own experience, you're probably all familiar with the areas of tension that arise between farmers and urban dwellers. And you could probably add to this list on the screen if we asked you to. What it comes down to is this. For the farmer, the production of agriculture is a business, and he rightfully views it as such. For the rural homeowner or business operator located near a farming operation, common and legitimate concerns revolve around dust, noise, odors, and the perceived health risks of pesticide spraying. These are just some of the predictable edge conflicts that a farmland buffer seeks to minimize. There are a variety of existing federal, state, and county regulations in place to address this tension and the potential public health issues that arise between farming and non-farming uses. They were mentioned in the board packet, but I'm going to touch on them quickly for you because they help set the stage for the Farmland Buffer Ordinance. On a national level, the EPA Office of Pesticide Programs regulates the use of pesticides. Then California has its own strict pesticide regulations that vary by crop type and are designed to protect residential areas, schools, and other sensitive sites during aerial spraying and pesticide spraying that occurs. These are implemented through the Agricultural Commissioner's offices throughout the state by their field inspectors. On a county level, Ventura County adopted a right to farm ordinance that protects commercial agriculture from nuisance claims and requires mandatory disclosure to neighboring property owners of potential noise, odors, dust, and spraying that may result from farming. The intent is to set realistic expectations for new residents adjacent to farming operations.
Could I ask you a question?
Mm-hmm.
When did the county adopt that right to farming ordinance? Do we know?
There were two versions of it, and the version that I'm familiar with was in the late 1990s, but I believe it's been around even before that.
Thank you.
The county zoning ordinance also contains general language to protect agricultural resources from land use conflicts, and the general plan includes a program to develop standards that would regulate development adjacent to agricultural uses and even mentions buffers as a potential solution. However, to date, farmland buffers have only been applied on a case-by-case basis to projects in Ventura County. The one notable exception being waste transfer stations and waste processing facilities where a 300-foot buffer is the rule. The proposed ordinance would codify standards that are currently applied ad hoc, typically in response to recommendations from APAC during the CEQA review process for a project. Staff recognizes that movement from a recommendation to a formal ordinance creates trepidation for some, as noted in the comment letter from the BIA. However, it should be noted that adoption of an ordinance also creates more predictability and consistency in the development process because buffer standards can be applied early in the process when site design is still being negotiated and a site could more easily accommodate a farmland buffer, rather than it just being kind of thrown on at the end, oh, by the way, we need a farmland buffer. Staff believes that the proposed farmland buffer ordinance complements existing farmland regulations, responds to the board's directive, and meets the intent of the existing general plan and zoning ordinance policies. Now I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to jump into the content of the farmland buffer ordinance and walk you through that. Before I do, just although
we do have one question.
Before you get into that, I want to go back to this right to farm situation. Under the right to farm, the farmer has the right to do all the normal things he did prior to a development being next to him. I mean, spraying and doing, and he has all those rights, right?
that's correct, as long as it doesn't create what they call an actionable nuisance. In other words, something like, for instance, let's say there's a significant amount of noise that's being created, as long as it doesn't exceed standards, noise standards that are set either by environmental health or by some other regulatory agency, then it doesn't meet that threshold for a nuisance.
Well, if he was doing that prior to the development or whatever's next to him, then how is that the right to farm? Maybe I'm missing why this right to farm. I thought that was set up so he could continue to do what he was already doing, or he or she or business. But it sounds like it's not, because if he's next to there and there's a housing development or school or something, and he's, I don't know, if he has a helicopter come over, is that too much noise or something like that that now that he used to do, he can't do? Does that make sense?
No, I understand the question. You're absolutely right. The intent of the right to farm ordinance is to allow the farmer to continue with normal farming practices, which may include things that that create the pesticide drift or the noise or the odors or the smells or that sort of thing. And I don't know the specifics on what would actually create an actionable nuisance. I only know that things that you might normally consider a nuisance, say in a residential neighborhood, aren't considered the same way for a farming operation. Because, like you said, the farming operation was there first, in many cases, sometimes not. But because farming is being protected as a resource and as an industry that we want to protect in Ventura County.
Well, I understand that. I guess even if there was a development there and that was his vacant land, nobody was farming, I would imagine the people who live there have the right then not to have additional noise that they weren't used to when they purchased their property. I guess I'm just trying to figure that out, because it sounds like there's, you want to say something? Yeah.
I want to help you. After going through, with the City of Ventura, we wrote a right to farming ordinance. Right. So I just want to help you with this. I asked those questions in terms of trying to do this, and that is that the right to farming ordinance is an attempt to try to decrease the ability of the homeowners to complain about normal farming practices. But it can't go so far as to actually reverse things that would affect the homeowner's actual health. So if the homeowner says, you know, that fertilizing the field once every 3 months, that's smelly. We don't like that. The right to farming ordinance say tough. You know, the farm was there when you bought the house. But it can't go so far as to say the farmer sprayed, and when he sprayed the field, he also sprayed, our backyard and all of that, which is part of why the buffer ordinance is helpful, in that it helps for those things that the right to farming ordinance can't legally go to. It can't apply to. So a farmer maybe used to be able to spray the field and even overspray a little bit, right? Before there were any houses there. Now that farmer can't let any of that drift, legally into that if it causes an actionable item. I get it pretty much. I see County Council nodding his head.
And
my law degree right there.
Mr. Smith also wants to comment.
Well, also to point out that crop types change, and one of the things that is absolutely necessary for the agricultural industry is to be able to, over time, change crop types, which changes cultural practices. So just because they may have been doing row crops one day and then orchards the next, as long as the cultural practices are normal within the industry, you can change crop types and perhaps have different effects on after the fact on the adjacent land uses. Right. And a lot of the, even with our right to farm ordinances, we hear from the Ag Commissioner's office, we get a lot of complaints still to this day between activities of the farming industry and adjacent residences.
Yeah, I guess I just look, when you call it a right to farm, it doesn't really give the people the same right they had prior to, because that's all been limited.
Sure.
So it's not a real, I guess in my sense, it's not a real right to farm in that sense.
Mm-hmm. It's
very limiting, because if I've been doing this for 20, 50, my family's been doing it for 100 years, and all of a sudden somebody comes up, it's not really a right to farm. So I would think that has to be somewhat strengthened to give these farmers their rights to farm. So just a comment. Thanks.
And that's partially the intent of the farmland buffer that we're proposing here. So I was going to jump into the content of the buffer and the ordinances here. And I mentioned in the beginning that it requires amendments to both the coastal and non-coastal zoning ordinances. And the content of those two ordinances, as far as the buffer is concerned, are nearly identical. There's really almost no difference between them. So when I summarize the content of the ordinance, just know that it applies to both Exhibits 10 and Exhibit 11 of your packet. Both ordinances open with definitions of key terms. I'm not going to read the precise definition for each of these terms because they were included in your board packet, but I do want to give you a working understanding of their meaning. Farmland is land that contains crop or orchards, or where the soil has been classified as prime, statewide importance, unique, or locally important by the state's important farmlands inventory. We've already discussed the general idea of a farmland buffer. The ordinance definition simply clarifies what may be included in the physical separation between farming and non-farming land uses, things like distance, topography, vegetative barriers, and agreements for modified cultural practices. Modified farming cultural practices, which is a new term, is defined in the ordinance. These are changes to standard or conventional cultural practices that reduce the likelihood of off-site movement of spray drift, fertilizer, dust, and the like. Examples might include hand spraying, not spraying the first few rows of a crop near a sensitive use, or placing an access road or ag buildings on that edge that's next to the new use that's being developed.
Or organic gardening too, or organic farming.
You know, organic farming is an interesting one because it may help with the pesticides that might drift over, but it doesn't necessarily address some of those other kinds of noise, odors, lights, that sort of thing, and dust. So it's perhaps not as effective as an actual buffer. Moving on to sensitive non-farming land uses. These are those uses that require farmland buffer because they may result in conflicts with farming operations. To paraphrase the definition, it reads, new discretionary development, subdivision, or other non-farming related use of the land as listed in the ordinance that could result in land use conflicts. It applies to both new uses and subdivisions and to intensification of existing uses. But for obvious reasons, accessory uses and structures to agriculture and ag operations are not considered non-farming uses that would require a buffer. The last term to be defined is vegetative barrier, which is simply a semi-porous mix of trees, shrubs, and plants that are spaced and planted to prevent spray drift, dust, and other land use conflicts between farming operations and the non-farming uses. An important point is that when a vegetative barrier is installed, the width of the required farmland buffer is reduced from 300 feet to 150 feet. Right. It's actually a combination of those things. When they've done scientific studies to show what the most effective barrier is. And the most effective barrier isn't just a stand of trees, but really a combination of something that allows sort of this flat area, which you get with the ground cover and grasses, as well as shrubs and trees, and sort of it's the right spacing and the mix of these things that attracts and absorbs all of those particles over that space.
Yes.
Who carries the burden of the buffer, the farmer or the developer?
The developer. The new use that's going in is the one that is required to install the buffer as well as to maintain it over time.
Can I ask you one question now? He asked that question real quick. I'm sorry.
I think it's appropriate, if you don't mind, that we do ask the questions.
I hate to interrupt you. I know doing that. How much land are we talking about here throughout the county? Do we have any idea yet?
I do. I have that coming right up for you in just a few moments.
We have a map and everything.
And are you going to tell me?
I'll tell you how many acres, yes.
How many acres? The value of those acres? How much is it going to cost the county in tax dollars?
That I won't be able to explain you.
Okay.
I'll just be able to show you the map and then tell you the acreage that's affected.
Okay.
So the ordinance takes those definitions that I just showed you on the last slide and describes when the farmland buffer applies. It only applies when the project meets this criteria. When a new or expanded use is identified as requiring a buffer by the ordinance, when it's a discretionary project or subdivision, when the farmland is located in unincorporated Ventura County and outside a city sphere of influence, when it's adjacent to or on farmland that's zoned agricultural exclusive, open space, rural agricultural, or in the coastal zone, coastal open space, cultural agricultural, coastal rural, when it's adjacent to or on farmland designated agriculture, open space, or rural by the county general plan. So all of these have to be true in order for the farmland buffer to apply. So really, you can see we're really talking about ag land that's not necessarily intended, at least not at the present time, for urban development, or wouldn't be outside of the city sphere and outside of our existing communities. To give you a visual perspective of this, I asked our graphics department to generate a map showing all of the county farmland that met the criteria on this list. And this is what they came up with. The red lines, and this was shown in your packet but didn't have the lovely color that we have here. The red lines show the sphere of influence for each of the cities within the county, and then the green gives you an idea of the farmland, and it's listed here, that meets all of the criteria we saw on that last page. This is a significant amount of land within the county. We're talking about a total of about 113,000 acres, 2,300 acres in the coastal zone. This blue line is showing you where the coastal zone is located, and you see that there's farmland here north of Ventura, and then along this north portion of the county that's impacted in the coastal areas. The other thing this map does a really good job of showing you, because parcels that are impacted by the buffer are both those in green and those that are adjacent to all of these green parcels. And what this shows you is that a lot of those parcels that are adjacent are located within a city sphere of influence where the buffer would not apply. And that's definitely true here in Oxnard, Camarillo, some of Ventura, and along Santa Paula area there. So some of those adjacent parcels aren't going to be caught by this farmland buffer ordinance. Rather, they would be subject to the APAC policy, which applies countywide.
And Supervisor Long?
So, if in the sphere of influence, a city moves to annex, and they're going to put a housing development in, and it's right at that outer boundary of the current sphere, the line that's shown up there, then the 300-foot buffer, if this is approved, would be placed on the developer in that annexation request to provide if it butts up right against the green acreage, correct?
Let me understand the question. So if the city actually annexes the parcels and they're now part of the city rather than being part of the unincorporated area?
Correct.
Then the buffer would no longer apply.
Instead, rather than being subject to this ordinance, which is a county ordinance,
right,
in the normal development review process, APAC would comment as part of the CEQA review of that project and request, but they can't demand that that city impose a similar buffer.
Which they've been doing that.
Right.
It doesn't apply when it's outside of a city sphere of influence, right? So it's only, so in your case, you're talking if it's within the city's sphere of influence.
Well, right now, if it's in the city sphere but outside of their incorporated areas,
but
they don't develop without going into an annexation process.
Right. But still, it's not just being in an unincorporated county, it also has to be outside the sphere for this to apply, right?
That's
it doesn't
correct.
apply to a city's sphere of influence, even if that sphere is in the unincorporated county.
Well, except for the example of, I mean, say we're talking about, we're just talking about unincorporated parcels here, not in the city limits, but you've got a parcel that's next to one of these green parcels, and that parcel is inside the sphere, but the farmland's located outside the sphere, then it would apply, because the farmland is located outside the sphere, and we're still protecting that.
But if I could emphasize, if the city we can't pass anything here at this level that's going to restrict the city's development.
Right.
So, I mean, if the city decides to annex land in and they want to develop, this is not going to affect any city development, correct?
That's correct.
We can comment on it, that's all.
Okay.
So moving ahead to the nuts and bolts of the ordinance, I want to elaborate for a moment on the uses that would require a buffer. Then I'll go into more detail on what the buffer might look like and show you some visuals. So you see here a list, and it's not the exhaustive list. The exhaustive list, I guess, is listed on page 4 of each of the ordinances. But this gives you an idea. We determine these uses by looking through the use matrix of the county zoning ordinances and evaluating which types of uses might pose a land use conflict with crop and orchard production or row crops and that sort of thing. And the way the county zoning ordinance is structured, there are some sort of larger headings, and that's what you're seeing up here, and then there are a number of subheadings that fall beneath that. And we assume that any of the subheadings that fall beneath this in the use matrix would also have the same requirements. So for instance, farm worker housing complexes fall under the category of dwellings. So although it doesn't list farm worker housing complexes up there, they would also be subject to the farmland buffer ordinance. But uses that don't require discretionary permit, like most single-family homes, second dwelling units, and animal keeping of domestic animals that meets the code would not require a farmland buffer.
Can I just ask you a question?
And you go through the list, and what are the ones that are used widely, like hospitals certainly aren't, right, in this,
No.
in the unincorporated area. So which ones are now? Animal keeping, probably.
Yeah, animal husbandry, definitely, recycling facilities, mining, sometimes government buildings, kennels, mobile home parks. We definitely have some of those, but we haven't had any new ones lately. And then there may be a number of things that are under, that are subheadings of these larger headings that would also be included and that would be subject to the buffer.
Finding schools too.
You know, schools would definitely be subject to the buffer, except that we have no jurisdiction over the public school system. So any private schools that wanted to come in and were located near farmland would certainly have to comply.
What did you just say about single-family dwellings?
Those are ministerial approvals typically, and so this ordinance does not apply to ministerial over-the-counter approvals. Yeah.
With the notable exception, if a property owner was applying for a tract map, which intent is to build single-family dwellings, then they would have to address this buffer issue. But to build a single-family dwelling on a pre-existing lot would not be subject to this ordinance.
So if somebody takes a piece of property that's got, I don't know, 100 acres and divides it into 20-acre parcels, would that be a point, and then that would be effective?
It would be effective, but given the size of the parcel, they could easily put it, usually they don't like to put the dwelling on the exact boundary of the property anyway, so typically we see this in the center or.
Well, I'm just thinking of some of the different parcels that are hillsides and things like that. 300 foot is a football field distance from a farmland right next to it or something. That may have an effect on some of those parcels, huh?
True, and Tricia will also get into several of the other factors that we would have to consider in looking on a case-by-case basis as to whether or not that buffer would be applied on a particular case and point. But I'll let her speak to those exceptions.
Okay.
It's also important to note that where an existing discretionary use is expanding and may need to renew, a conditional use permit, only the newest portion of that use is required to provide a buffer. So for instance, let's say a church structure is involved and they want to add Sunday school classrooms and they need to renew their CUP. We would not require the original structure, say it predates this ordinance, to create the 300-foot buffer for existing structures. But the new structure that they build would be required to meet the buffer requirement. Going back to farm worker housing, I want to focus for just a moment on how the treatment of farm worker housing complexes differs from that of farm worker housing dwelling units. The farm worker dwelling unit is considered an accessory use to agricultural production and in many cases is permitted ministerially. Where it's not allowed by right and requires discretionary approval in the coastal and non-coastal areas, a farmworker dwelling unit still doesn't trigger the farmland buffer ordinance because it doesn't fall under the broader use of dwellings in the zoning ordinance, but rather under accessory uses related to agriculture. So this is different than what I just described with the farmworker housing complex. Because a farmworker housing complex could be the sole use on a property and may be operated by someone other than the farmer. They typically operate a little bit more like a apartment complex than they do, a farm worker dwelling unit when you're talking about a whole complex. Just as you see up here in this picture of the new Villa Cesar Chavez complex in Oxnard, which is a farm worker housing complex. As proposed in the non-coastal zoning ordinance, a buffer is required for these farm worker housing complexes. The coastal zoning ordinance doesn't actually allow farm worker housing complexes at all, so that isn't addressed there. And then because farmers do have more control over their own cultural practices, we assume that when they come in perhaps with the farm worker housing complex project, that they would they would assume the role of changing their farming practices to allow that 300-foot buffer. And that certainly, Limonera has a project in right now, and that's certainly what they're proposing in order to meet that requirement. Jumping now into the key elements of a farmland buffer and how the requirements might be met, this diagram shows a typical farmland buffer. It's not a real parcel or proposal, but just a hypothetical application for a new veterinary hospital. The hospital could be any of the sensitive non-farming land uses we just reviewed on that other slide. So here we have, surrounding this parcel that's slated for development for this veterinary hospital, you see here that we've got existing residential subdivision to the north, and then we've got an avocado orchard over here to the east, but the avocado orchard is inside the city sphere of influence, whereas the citrus orchard here to the south and to the west is outside the city sphere of influence. So this sort of is a good example of what I was just trying to explain, which is that even though this parcel here, which is being developed, is within the sphere of influence, it's right next to an agricultural parcel that meets all of our other requirements. It's got the agricultural exclusive zoning, and it's got an agricultural general plan designation, and it's also outside the city sphere of influence. And so that's where the buffer would then be required. And so you've got this 150-foot to 300-foot buffer that's applied to this parcel where they're doing the new development. And there's also a requirement for an 8-foot chain link fence, which I know this isn't the best view. Assume that this is right along the property line and not on the farming parcel, this fence here. So, yeah, so this gives you a good idea. I mean, this red is the actual property line, and the buffer is measured from the edge of the farming parcel in, and then created on that new parcel.
Do you know if other cities have these buffers?
Yes. Mm-hmm. There are a number of cities that have created buffer policies. The city of Napa, the city of Arroyo Grande, the city of Davis has had one in place for a long time, since the mid-90s, that they've done revisions to. We typically see, when I reviewed these, what I noticed was that a lot of cities incorporated farmland buffer policies into their right to farm ordinances. So they were all kind of tied together, and they were done in the early to mid-90s. And also the way that they apply the farmland buffer, and the reason why they need it, is a little bit different than here in the county, where we've got so many of these agricultural parcels kind of spread all over the county. For cities, it's often the idea of creating this perimeter of ag around the city, and so it's sort of a permanent thing where they're not expecting the urban boundaries to exceed those limits. So yes, there are farmland buffers that I've seen that cities have adopted, but their intent is perhaps slightly different than what we're talking about here.
I think we had a discussion similar to this at LAFCO, and I thought the councilwoman from Moore Park indicated they had a buffer in Moore Park, too.
I'm not aware of that.
Supervisor Flynn, did you still have a question? And then Supervisor Foy?
In that last photo or diagram you showed there with that 300 foot around that property, that's a lot of land. If that's a big piece, that's a lot of land.
It is a lot of land.
That's a ton of land taken out of that whole piece right there. Can they use that as parking or anything?
Yes, they can, and I'm going to get to that in just a moment. I'm going to describe the uses that we allow to both structures and ways that they can use that particular piece of the property. I have some really good visuals to show you what that'll look like.
Okay, thank you.
So the ordinance is structured with flexibility to allow uses compatible with farmland to be located within the buffer. In fact, that's exactly where we are. This is not an exhaustive list of the uses permitted within a buffer, but it shows the diversity of uses that are allowed. Everything from greenhouses, range cattle, and ag tourism to front yard setbacks. The full list is on page 6 of Exhibit 10 if you want to take a look at it. Given the diversity of uses on the complete list, there are ways of using the buffer space that may work to optimize development for the applicant and satisfy the buffer requirement. For instance, a combination of a road and a parking lot could be located within the buffer area of the veterinary hospital that we saw in the last slide. And you'll notice this catch-all at the end that allows the planning director in consultation with the agricultural commissioner some latitude in determining whether use will be low human intensity and therefore permitted within the buffer. We recognize that at this point in time we don't know all of the uses to be proposed, and some that we haven't contemplated may be appropriate within an identified buffer, so we wanted to maintain some flexibility. Here, we've airbrushed some orchards into an existing aerial photograph to give you a visual sense of the uses allowed within a buffer. This time, a single-family home development is located adjacent to a Valencia orange grove. And I think this does give you a pretty good visual of what we're talking about here. You've got the farmland here, and then this shows you, what the actual buffer might look like. And within that buffer, you've got the street coming through. You've got a walking path that may have been required for recreational purposes. You've got front yard setbacks right here. And then, I don't know for sure, but this could have been a requirement for habitat preservation for migration corridors. So there are ways of using that 150 to 300 feet so that it's not just empty land, the size of a football field sitting out there. A good example of this, and then the other thing I wanted to mention is just that the ordinance is designed to require review at the front end of the process. We asked for a conceptual plan to show where is that buffer going to be located and what are you going to place in the buffer so that the applicants can take into consideration different requirements from different agencies or from the planning division and think about how they're going to use that space effectively so that it's not just lost space. And there's a definite synergy between regulatory requirements that could be tapped into to meet the farmland buffer requirement. A good example of this is located less than a mile from here at the Ventura Community and Aquatic Park on Telephone Road at Kimball. Though located within the city of Ventura, not subject to the farmland buffer ordinance, a 300-foot buffer was required between the new park and the strawberry crops that are grown just south of Telephone Road out there. This was based on APAC's recommendation to the city during the EIR process for this project, and I have a couple of pictures I took out there. These photographs show the 300-foot buffer that was installed for Ventura's Park. It includes a 6-lane arterial roadway, which is 108 feet in width. And then there's a sort of a landscaped frontage along the park on the north side of Telephone Road, and a walking path that they've included here as well, and then a parking lot. And beyond this parking lot, just beyond this parking lot, are the soccer fields where the kids could play. So that's how they were able to use the land effectively and create that buffer that was recommended by APAC. And obviously, to do something like that, you really would need to know that it's a requirement at the beginning of the process when you're designing the site. This last diagram shows the buffer configuration where an agreement for modified farming cultural practices has been signed. In this case, the Valencia orange farmer has agreed to do hand spraying or alternative application of pesticides and fertilizer along the south side of the project frontage. And this agreement allows the veterinary hospital to use more of the land. So now the buffer has moved. This red here is the property line, just like the last slide. And the buffer has now moved so that at least this portion of it is on the farmer's property rather than on the property where the veterinary hospital is located. And so the assumption is, the farmer might have had an existing access road along here, or maybe he had some agricultural buildings, or maybe he was already creating a setback, to something he thought might be coming out here. And so all of that is included within that buffer.
And that's when the farmer would voluntarily agree to work with the new developer in terms of getting a contract.
That's correct. It has to be a written and legally enforceable document. That way we know that over time it's not going to change as crop types change or something else changes out there. Which is a great segue into the waivers and deviations that are written into the ordinance. Some flexibility in the application of buffer requirements has been built into the ordinance. particularly where strict application of the buffer would prevent reasonable use of the property. This was one of the concerns raised by the BIA in their letter, and as you can see from this list, an attempt has been made to balance the protection of ag resources with the rights of private property owners. You'll notice here that in exception A, the waivers for existing topography, the vegetative screening, and the physical buffers are all mentioned up there. And that's, basically that's where something, maybe there might be things that are on the property that are already creating a natural buffer, so there's not a need to add an additional buffer on top of that. Maybe there's a creek out there, who knows. Exception B is where the language allowing modified cultural practices has been integrated. So you can move where the location of that buffer is in relation to the new development. In C, the size of the parcel is taken into consideration when determining the width of the buffer, particularly for existing parcels where the size of the parcel may preclude incorporation of a full buffer. We're not trying to prevent anyone from building anything on their property, and clearly existing parcels 6,000 square feet or smaller in size would be exempt from providing a farmland buffer. However, newly created parcels, as Bruce mentioned, in a proposed subdivision are less likely to receive a waiver because they have more flexibility for creating that on the property. Then D is a catch-all for future issues we may not have considered, and it's clear that no land use conflicts will occur. So that's sort of a determination that the planning director would have to make in consultation with the agricultural commissioner. In both the coastal and non-coastal zoning ordinances, the amendment is drafted such that each of these waivers basically has the burden of proof on the applicant to demonstrate that they qualify for a waiver.
Can I ask a question? You just said something in regards to if there's already a current buffer there, maybe the farmer has a road or something there, and then with that, then the developer, whoever's doing whatever, can move closer if that's the natural buffer. What if the farmer decides he wants to plant that road? What happens then?
Right, and that's why we would, in order for that modified cultural practices to be acceptable in lieu of a buffer or for, changing the location of the buffer, we would require a written and legally enforceable contract.
So at that point, then the farmer's locked in and he can't do anything with that land if somebody else has done that, if he has that agreement.
That's correct. So that would be, that's a determination, that's something that the farmer needs to decide if he's willing to do it or not. Yeah, I'm not suggesting that this is going to be a widespread practice.
No, I don't think so. I don't think a farmer's going to limit his use of his property by doing that, but okay, I understand.
Actually, we have a case out in Piru where the property owner is proposing a general plan amendment. And he happens to own the land immediately adjacent that he's not proposing for urban development. So he has basically said, he might be quite willing to modify his own practices and then have it as a contract that would go, if he sold the land, would be any successors in interest on that land. But he's able to make that choice himself, and that's different. For instance, the county jail is another county facility, and currently they have orchards on a portion or portions of the site. And in fact, I had a call today saying, well, how would the ordinance affect us from the Public Works Agency? And the answer is, well, you can always change your lease agreement with the lessee who would be tending those trees to say you should be imposing these cultural practice modifications, and in exchange for that lease, then in effect they've met the requirements of this ordinance.
Just a quick question. You said the burden of proof for these falls on the owner, and then I just didn't quite hear you said in the coastal zone or in the coastal and non-coastal zone?
In both ordinances.
Good. Thank you.
And I have a question also. I assume that this would be subject to the normal appeal process.
Yes.
So if there's something that staff just cannot work out, there's an appeal that would come up through Planning Commission to the board.
Correct.
Okay.
Unlike the APAC policy, the proposed ordinance amendments integrate the tools and procedures necessary to implement the buffer requirements and enforce them. Obviously, from a planning perspective, that's absolutely necessary. And it's no longer a recommendation, but it's a requirement. As part of the permit review process or the application for a tentative map, the applicant will be required to submit a farmland buffer design plan, and I talked a little bit about that. This conceptual plan would show the location of the buffer and the fence in relation to property lines, streets, and other physical features so that it's clear where it's proposed. It would also include the basic design of the vegetative barrier if one is proposed, and include a proposal for modified farming cultural practices if that's, part of the application. At this stage, it's still early enough to work on the site design and explore how the farmland buffer requirement might work in tandem with other regulatory requirements. So that's why it's required at that stage in the process. This diagram here shows the process of review and approval for a buffer design plan submitted for a discretionary permit to allow a new non-farming use, like our example of a conditional use permit for the veterinary hospital adjacent to farmland. The first step in the process is to submit a buffer design plan with the items I just mentioned. The buffer design plan then becomes a condition of approval for the project, though this is all still very conceptual at this stage. The next two steps occur prior to use inauguration or issuance of a permit for the new use. The applicant would submit a detailed landscape plan if a vegetative barrier with a 150-foot buffer is proposed and have it approved. The landscape plan is required to include plant materials, irrigation plans, and the plan for long-term maintenance, because that's really where maintenance becomes the key issue, is with those vegetative barriers. In the third step, the applicant would submit any contracts for modified cultural practices to be approved prior to recordation of a tentative map or prior to issuance of an occupancy permit for a new use. The fourth step involves the actual installation of the vegetative barrier, which isn't required until just before final inspection if construction is involved, or prior to issuance of an occupancy permit by the building department if there are no structures. Requiring installation any earlier is impractical where construction will be taking place on the property, because we don't want them to install it only to have the heavy equipment knock it all down. The last step, step 5, is ongoing. The farmland buffer is required by the ordinance to be permanently maintained unless the farmland is converted to urban uses and the need for a buffer ceases. The comment letter from the BIA expressed a concern that farmland buffers would be maintained indefinitely despite conversion to urban uses. This is not the intent of the ordinance. So the requirement for the farmland buffer disappears when the farmland is developed to urban uses.
Who maintains the buffer?
The property owner of the new use.
So probably a homeowners association.
Exactly. We've been talking a lot about that and how it will be implemented. Certainly in a tract, we would do that through a homeowners association. If it's a conditional use permit, then it's sort of a condition of approval for that long-term maintenance. If it's sort of a commercial type use,
So that'd be another cost then on the homeowner.
Certainly.
If it were a development like that.
Mm-hmm.
So this would be similar to like a brush clearance requirement of a homeowners association also, to clear the
Right.
area. They'd have to maintain it, it's their property.
Right. Correct. So while a viable agricultural use there remains, enforcement of the farmland buffer would be the responsibility of the code enforcement department. And it would be handled on a complaint basis, like all of the other enforcement issues. Staff is currently working on administrative procedures for this and may rely on agricultural inspectors to be our eyes and ears out in the field. For those development projects already in the pipeline, the farmland buffer ordinance is not retroactive, and it would not apply to projects that are submitted and on file with the Planning Department as of today, April 3rd. The Planning Commission reviewed the farmland buffer ordinance on February 1st and unanimously recommended approval. The full wording for the actions recommended by the Planning Commission can be viewed on page 1 of your board letter, but in summary, your board is being requested to find the proposed ordinance amendments in Exhibits 10 and 11 exempt from CEQA, to find that the proposed ordinance amendments in Exhibits 10 and 11 are in the interest of public health, safety, or general welfare and consistent with the county general plan, to adopt the final coastal and non-coastal zoning ordinance amendments in Exhibits 10 and 11, to adopt the resolution in Exhibit 13 allowing submittal to the Coastal Commission for the LCP amendment that's required to do the coastal zoning ordinance amendment, and to specify the clerk of the board and the PC clerk as custodians of the record of proceedings upon which these decisions are based. That more or less concludes my formal presentation, but I'm available to answer any questions you might have.
Supervisor Bennett?
Thank you. This letter from the BIA, after listening to your report and what I'd read in advance, I just want to read this paragraph and confirm my interpretation, which is that the BIA just doesn't have this fact right, if you could. It says, lastly, the proposed farmland buffer ordinance can be in conflict with the general plans designed by local jurisdictions in Ventura County. By mandating that the farmland buffer be built upon the parcel of land adjacent to the said farmland as opposed to be building upon the farmland itself, the county is mandating what the cities can and cannot do with their land, taking precedent over what the local jurisdictions have mandated in their general plan. It is this type of incompatibility that will cause conflicts between cities and the counties. It's just not accurate. Is that correct?
No, we have no jurisdiction over what the cities.
That's what I thought. Thank you very much.
It also mentioned that will eliminate all flexibility or any flexibility, and obviously there's opportunities for exemptions to this and reductions of the buffer.
And they wouldn't even have to ask for an exemption because they're a city, right?
If you had a farm worker housing project, not well, I guess even if it were a complex, then the buffer ordinance would affect it.
Yes.
But if you were to put in that buffer the parking lot for the facility, then that's a legitimate use.
Yes, definitely it's a legitimate use. I mean, maybe you could do a street that, kind of goes around. I know they tried to design the project out there past Piru that way, where they've got somewhat of a vegetative barrier around the perimeter, and then they've got the street that goes around the project. But 150 to 300 feet is going to be more than maybe what that contains.
Supervisor Long?
Question on the public review and comment on this. It looks from the staff report that there was a notice published in the Star on January 22nd prior to the Planning Commission hearing. I understand there's been lots of conversation with APAC in the fall and a longer period of discussion with them. And then in March 23rd, there was a 1/8 page legal notice published. It says that the list that you mailed to cities and counties and the organizations. Can you tell me when the information was mailed to that list of folks?
That list of folks, you're talking about all of the surrounding jurisdictions that I think those are all requirements of the California Coastal Commission. That would have been sent in conjunction with that first notice for the Planning Commission. However, prior to that, there's a shorter list of some of the farming organizations within the county. Mm-hmm. They were all sent a copy of the draft ordinance prior to the APAC meeting, and we request a review and comment.
So that would have been in November?
I believe that was in October that we actually sent out that draft, and we gave them 2 or 3 weeks to look at it. That included the BIA, the Ag Futures Alliance, the Cooperative Extension, Ventura County Agricultural Commissioner's Office, Farm Bureau, et cetera.
So in November, all of that was sent out. Okay.
Supervisor Flynn?
We do have a program now that's administered by the Ag Policy Advisory Committee. Is that correct? And can you tell us how that I know it's not mandated any kind of, they can't mandate a buffer, right?
Right. They typically review
that they could recommend. Well, how is that working?
They typically review projects during the CEQA review of a project. When a project comes in, it's sent to them for review, and then they will recommend a buffer when it meets their policy criteria. So they then send that recommendation, and that applies to all of the cities as well as to county projects. And that's taken into consideration when we do our review of county projects. And typically, as far as I know, we have been applying the buffer, haven't we?
By the way, just to mention, we do have representatives from the Ag Commissioner's Office relative to, they could answer the question as to how well the cities have been responding to the recommendations. I know a lot more applicants within cities are coming actually to the APAC committee for discussion and guidance before they even make formal application to the cities. But
I also have to admit that policy has been in place for a long time. I believe they started it back in 1999, and when I tried to go out and take pictures or get an idea of where there were actual farmland buffers out there that I could look at and maybe bring in here for you to take a look at, there simply weren't any. So I'm not sure if there's an intent to do it and it just doesn't get followed through on, or exactly what's happening, but my guess is that without the enforcement tools, without the sort of implementation guidelines, it's very hard to have something like that followed through on.
Let me ask, I doubt if this is part of the process, but do you have any kind of workshop that you would do with farmers, for example, so that they'd understand this issue better? There are not very many farmers here today. And I wonder how well it's communicated out, how well it's understood, this recommendation. I noticed in reading the Ag Policy Advisory Committee minutes that 3 people voted, but there are 5 people on that would be eligible to vote. But 2 of them, it says here, roll call, they said they were going to be absent. So it kind of makes me wonder about why they were going to be absent. They must have some questions. One of them I know quite well. He's has been a strong advocate for farm land protection and so forth. And I just wonder what his thoughts are. I don't know. But I wonder if this has been, if you use that word, vetted enough so that people understand it.
It's a good question. I mean, we really did try to get the word out by sending out draft copies of the actual ordinance and trying to solicit feedback and comments from the various agricultural organizations within the county. We did not set up a special workshop and invite everyone in the same vein as LAFCO did with their proposed mitigation policy.
If I may, when I put this to the board in 2005, I was hopeful that it would move a little quicker than it did. And as I see the amount of staff work that was involved, I think it went to the APAC 3 times, and correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah. So I was just surprised at how much this went through, the public process in terms of going to APAC 2-3 times. I think it's 3 times because I had my staff members going. But when I see the final product and I see the changes that were made and the presentation that you have given, I think it really explains it very well. I'm really glad that we went through as lengthy a process as we did, because I think through that you got some changes to it that brought in some more buy-in from the farm community particularly. So I'm just for my comment on it is it was vetted a lot more than I thought it would be, and I'm glad that it was. Supervisor Bennett?
Yeah, make this comment before the speakers, just in case the speaker wants to disagree or make a comment, but to follow up with what you just said. Overall, this policy makes more common sense than government is generally credited with getting. And I don't mean that in a negative term, but I mean, this, you just look at this. I mean, I think a lot of people would go, there's another government
I'm not going to use
that
that in my campaign as a quote.
But people would say that, government policies would be real, but this has, I mean, every time you go, well, that makes common sense. Each one of these things really just makes fundamental common sense. And if a speaker disagrees with that, I'd like to hear that, because I think that's the lens that I have onto this. Thank you.
And I'm certainly want to get to the public comment cards, but I just really do want to thank staff for the amount of work that was put into this. To me, it is a bit of a baby step, because actually we do have the policy there. But as you're saying, having that enforceability will probably get it more applied. But what I'd like to see is the cities step up to the plate, because really where we're seeing this ag-urban conflict, if you will, is right there where the unincorporated county meets the cities. Because the cities are building right up to the unincorporated land. That's where the agriculture is, and we don't have those buffers. We can't enforce those buffers. So I'm hoping that this will raise the bar and encourage cities to do the same.
If I could just make one more comment about discussing with farmers, in this case farmers, property owners. I've served on a groundwater management agency for over 20 years. And the agency has, in effect, adjudicated the basins on the Oxnard Plain, the basins of Fox Canyon Aquifer, et cetera, in the Oxnard Aquifer. But it took a long, long time to do that, and lots of workshops before people really understood it and were able to deal with it. If we would have simply had an ordinance up where we were going to do that and adopt it without having a lot of workshops, we would have created lots and lots of criticism. And that's why I wonder about this, because you're talking about people's property, and they should understand under what conditions this would be imposed. I don't, just based on my experience with GMA, it takes a lot of time to educate people on the issues. You can have public hearings and so forth, and then when you decide to vote, there'd be a whole bunch of people come in, I've never heard about this. And they're not lying about it, they haven't heard about it.
Just one in the course of conversations that we've had with many different parties, almost exclusively the comments, the real fundamental questions have come not from the ag community so much, but in fact from those who would be affected by this ordinance, which would be developers largely, who, they may be from another jurisdiction, they may deal in other counties, and then they come up here and this is something very, very new. So they're anxious to want to know and understand, but that comes largely from the development community, not from necessarily the agricultural community.
But that may not be understood by the farmers, though. Could be.
Well,
I don't know.
Having had the policy in place for.
I mean, we don't have very many people out there. That's what I'm concerned about.
Well, shall we go to the public comment cards then? We'll hear from those people out there. Jim Lloyd Butlin, followed by Rob Roy.
My name is Jim Lloyd Butler, and I manage our family's property. The family, not the family, but the property consists of about 1,235 acres near Satakoy on the south side of the Santa Clara River. We partitioned the property about 17 years ago into 3 partnerships. The main part of the good agricultural land is in the partnerships. We still have a little land that's under trust. But we do have about 650 acres that's that's good farmland. There are probably 260 acres in citrus and avocados, and the rest of it's leased out for strawberries and vegetable crops, and a small part of it to a nurseryman for potted plants. And I feel that we've got to have something that will protect us if we want to go on farming. Most of our good farmland is under the Land Conservation Act, and so we don't intend to subdivide. We may want to divide into different parcels or something like that, similar to what we did years ago. But we don't intend to subdivide any land into housing subdivisions. But and we do want to go on farming, and we don't want to be constricted because of housing developments that would make it difficult for our tenant or ourselves. We have a tenant that grows the strawberries and vegetable crops, but we grow the citrus and avocados, and as I say, our tenant especially, we don't want to lose a tenant, mainly because he can't farm the way he has in the past because of a housing development nearby. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you. Do you have a question?
Yeah. Jim, can I ask you a question? I see a lot of this because I think Supervisor Flynn had said something, I don't see a lot of farmers. I talked to a lot of them on this issue, and I think that they all share your concern. There's no question. But I look at this as is it more out of a frustration? We got to find something to do so we get these people off our back so we can farm? Is that really where you're coming from? And I understand that, but are we looking a little short-sighted because you may not want to develop or something in your lifetime, but somebody else might? And does it limit? Are you putting something here that limits your ability to use that land? The other side of this is if we do, should we maybe looking something else? More of a, your right to farm situation where there's something on the deed of a person that wants to build a development or something next to you that allows you truly to do it no matter what some of these things. Is there another way to look at this? I just have a difficult time, and as more people I talk to, more farmers, they're just, man, I'm just getting so tired of having to deal with the people next to me. I'm willing to go down this line and even maybe putting my own land at risk in regards to what it's worth and the value and the use of it later on.
I know our tenant leases land from us, and he leases land from other people, and he has leased land near a subdivision, and he said that just a nightmare, the way the buffers, you see, he's a strawberry grower and he grows vegetables, and if you want to fumigate your farmland, you have to have this big buffer. I don't know, I can't remember the exact number of feet, but you do now have to have a buffer even now actually my wife complains about the dust from from it too, the way it is. But I think that there should be a buffer, and the buffer should be provided by the person that's doing the subdivision.
Thank you very much for your comments. Did you get your question answered to your satisfaction? Rob Roy, followed by Turba Donlan.
Madam Chairperson and fellow board members.
Tara Donlan, sorry.
I came here today with a completely different focus on this ordinance, and I have to tell you, as a result of hearing the staff report, I have a totally different focus on this. Yes. Yes. Is that better? My observation generally is that this seems like a very costly, a very circuitous process to invoke government into this entire process for the protection of farmland from encroachment from non-sensitive or sensitive non-farming practices. It seems to me that if you're trying to protect the public from what's going on in the farm, or protect the farmer from what's going on adjacent to their property, you need to strengthen the right to farm ordinance, if that's really the problem here. And not go through this circuitous route of imposing buffers on the property owners. There's a state law, by the way, Supervisor Bennett, it's in the Civil Code, I don't have the section, it's in the 3000 section, that deals with nuisances, and it basically says that farmers are exempt from the actionable nuisance laws. And it would basically preempt your local right to farm ordinance, as long as the farming operation is commercial in nature and has been in that locality, I think, for at least 2 years or more, because I deal with these issues all the time. I have city council call me all the time. I give them the statute and I never hear from them again. All right, so there is a lot of protection there for farmers, and maybe you might want to pattern your right to farm ordinance on the state law. The other thing is, if you're concerned about public health with regard to the creation of this additional buffer, the County Ag Commissioner Office, under the jurisdiction of the Department of Pesticide Regulation, already has to impose buffer zones on farmers with regard to any type of pesticide applications. In fact, for methyl bromide, it goes up to 300 feet. So theoretically, under this scenario, you could have an existing buffer zone of 300 feet imposed by the Ag Commissioner, and then another 300 foot buffer zone imposed here. Which seems somewhat duplicative. What I found really interesting was that this ordinance doesn't even apply to those situations where a city annexes ag property from outside the sphere of influence into the sphere of influence, and then the buffer doesn't even apply at all. I had some different concept that the whole purpose of this ordinance was to protect farmers from major development, and that's probably where most of this development occurs, along the sphere of influence, not out in the middle of Billy Goat Land or some canyon in the middle of Santa Paula. I just wonder how many farmers are really going to benefit from this buffer zone with regard to, quote, development within the unincorporated areas. I mean, we saw a graphic up here talking about a veterinary hospital or a mobile home park, and we all know that any type of development like that has to go through some public zoning election process under SOAR. So it's difficult, first of all, to get through that hurdle of even developing something in the unincorporated area, never mind getting through that and then having to impose a 300-foot buffer zone on the developer of that property. One of the things that concerns me also is that I don't think a lot of farmers are aware of this, and I have to take some fault for that. I didn't really give a lot of credence to this. I didn't pay a lot of attention to it. I didn't see anything from the Farm Bureau. I certainly didn't put anything out to our members. But I think it's critical. I think a lot of employers out there don't know really what this is all about or what the impact of this really can be. I have a concern that a lot of farmers that might look at this and figure, hey, this is great because this is going to protect my farmland from encroachment from the big bad developers. Well, that may be true, but what happens someday down the road when that farm owner wants to develop their property and they have to impose that 300-foot buffer zone on 4 sides of their property because presumably it's going to be out there in unincorporated areas surrounded by either open space or ag property. And what's going to happen when you have a 4-way 300-foot buffer zone surrounding whatever they're going to build out there? It's almost, that land is permanent. It's permanently placed off limit. It's almost like an inverse condemnation. So, you know, there are a lot of concerns, I guess, I have as a result of what I heard today, and I'm not prepared to really support it at this point in time, although coming in I thought that there were a few concerns I had, and I will express a couple of those concerns. Under the existing buffer zone, what happens when you have someone who develops property, imposes a 300-foot buffer zone next to an ag property that's open field, and then the farmer decides he's going to convert the entire open field ag operation to greenhouse. And there's no chance of open spray or anything getting on, or noise or buffer or any dust getting on the adjacent owner. What happens under those circumstances?
Could you sum up, Mr. Roy, because you have exceeded your time.
Well, those are the points I wanted to make. I appreciate the opportunity to sound off on these particular issues, but I do have a concern about what I heard today, and it certainly changed my perception of the ordinance.
I do think you did actually support it.
I supported a portion of it back in 2004 when it was a single paragraph that was presented at an APAC meeting and not a 10-page document at that point in time. And I did make some recommendations on that paragraph.
I would like to, if I may, just some of the comments that you made. I don't know if they're completely accurate, and I know you obviously have a new position on this. One of your comments was you have to have a 300-foot or whatever when you're going to spray methyl bromide anyway.
Right.
And then you put on this other buffer and you got a now 600 buffer. I think the whole point is when you spray, you don't want to be spraying next to a school, a house, et cetera. So the Ag Commissioner's office is here. I can't imagine that you'd actually have to then throw on extra additional on top of the 300 requirement, another 300 requirement. But that's
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that at all.
That's what I had heard.
No, I'm saying that if you establish your 300-foot buffer under this ordinance next to, let's say, a strawberry field, well, that strawberry field on top of that 300-foot buffer that's already there is going to have to establish another 300-foot buffer in order to do their particular spray
that is something
or their application. You can check with them.
Commissioner's office. I'm not so sure if that's the case. You also said it doesn't apply in the sphere area, and that was something that you were very strong on. I think, though, if you're going to take agricultural land into a city and develop it into, say, a housing project, you're going to need a buffer according to this law. And so it does actually apply in the sense that you would need to establish a buffer. Is that right, staff? That if the land, you were saying that the buffer would have to be...
No, they said that quite the opposite. Your staff just indicated that if you bring it inside the sphere of influence, this ordinance doesn't even apply. That's what was stated.
If you'd like to respond.
The basic premise is that the county cannot enact an ordinance that would be applicable to a city. So if the land annexed to the city, our ordinance would have no effect, other than perhaps show other jurisdictions that if similar development were to occur under our control, we would do it in this manner. It's only by example as opposed to any legal requirement.
Once it's annexed.
Right.
Also, regarding the nuisance requirements that you're saying that are in the state law, so that the farmer is already protected. Obviously we have problems where already we have pesticide spray, and I think we had some pretty.
If I could clarify that, there's no protection where a farmer is getting into a situation of overspray that creates a health and safety problem. No one's going to be exempt under nuisance laws for that type of activity.
Right.
But normal activities incidental to the primary farming operation, kicking up dust, noise, setting off guns for birds to get them off the crop. Those are normal functions that are recognized by the state law and cannot be an actionable nuisance, so long as the business has been there for 2 years or more And
But it
that's a
doesn't
common
apply to
practice.
things where we have situations like where Mound Elementary School ended up with
That's correct.
spray drift and
That's
all that.
correct.
And the putting that extra area there can avoid some of those situations that aren't protecting the farmer because of the law can't protect the farmer if they're going to allow for, if the spray is going
And
to
reasonable prudence could also avoid that without sticking a 300-foot buffer zone there, too.
on the developer's property.
I'm talking about existing practices of the farmer that are lawful and reasonable and prudent would avoid those health and safety risks in that particular situation. Okay?
Well,
That's my
and I don't
point.
want to get in an argument with you, and I'm sorry if I did.
Thank you.
Did you have any other, your lights on?
Yeah, I
You
was,
wanna interfere?
you
Questions?
had said that you didn't put anything out to your members,
No.
and you have how many members?
About 180.
180, and then you said that you didn't hear anything from the other?
I can't speak for the Farm Bureau, but I don't recall in the last 6 to 12 months seeing any particular, I get their newsletter, and I didn't see anything.
Do you know how many
particular.
members that they have?
Probably 700 to 1,000, maybe.
Okay.
They're rather large.
And that's it, that kind of goes along with me, because when this came out last week, I got on the phone and started calling different people. A lot of people hadn't heard about it, and then some people had, didn't quite understand all of it, and I'm not sure all the pieces were understood about the consequences. And this was the presentation was good. It gave us a lot of understanding on some of this. But I think it goes back to what you had said. I thought it was a good point you made in regards to the current right to farm maybe needs to be strengthened to get away from 10 pages of all this. So that's a good point. Thanks.
And I think it was also interesting, your comment about, for farmers who want to become developers, this is going to be a hardship.
Well, I don't think that's necessarily a negative term. I mean, the fact that they own land that's been in their family for 150 years and that at some point in time, for whatever reason, they want to develop it, I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
Right. And then
That's what this whole county was somewhere. In fact, most of the homes in this county, Ms. Parks, were on someone's farmland at one time. Imagine if they all didn't want to give it up. We wouldn't have this county.
May I ask a question?
Supervisor Glenn.
Maybe staff, I'm not sure. But I'm trying to think of how big of a piece of land this is. And 300 feet, I think it says in here someplace, is the length of a football field. I think we know that. And then a football field, if I remember correctly, is like an acre of land. So one has to consider in the analysis here, how much is that going to increase then the cost of a home? Because if the developer is still going to have to buy that land. So what does that factor into the total cost of the home?
If I could give you a kind of an interesting result of enacting of this ordinance, we have a situation down in Saticoy where we have one homeowner that, one landowner that probably has land worth maybe $1 million an acre, and the neighbor and they're probably going to develop it. Their neighbor across the street, who would be subject, who would be an adjacent landowner, the landowner that wants to develop this property has to do a 300-foot buffer zone. And they have to maintain it at the cost of maybe giving up X number of acres and $1 million an acre. Under this proposed ordinance, the developer has to be the party that develops the 300-foot buffer. What would happen if they walked across the street and told the other ag landowner, I'll tell you what, you take 300 feet of your ag land out of existence and I'll give you a conservation easement for the $200,000 an acre. What do you think he'd do? But that isn't allowed under this particular ordinance. It'd be a lot cheaper for the person developing the property to give that up.
Okay. Mr. Roy?
Yes.
Did you want to comment, staff?
Well, actually, that scenario would be allowed.
Yeah.
But it realized it's voluntary on the part of the farmer to enter into that agreement or not.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We do have several other cards, so we'll go through these. Tara Donlin.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. I'm Tara Donlin, the Vice President of External Affairs for the Building Industry Association, and I first want to acknowledge our misunderstanding that Mr. Bennett brought up. And actually, from a development standpoint, we're pleased that the annexed land would not be included, but I don't know if that really gets to the heart of the problem and the issue here. My fear is that we're creating yet another permanent layer of bureaucracy and we're not solving the problem. And I think there's been some discussions some ideas dropped about maybe a workshop and working with the farming community, and I absolutely stand ready to do that. I think here we're, you know, as Mr. Flynn, you spoke about the 300 foot. In the staff's presentation, we had part of the setbacks. So there was 108 feet that included a 6-lane road. That's quite a buffer. So we are almost, you know, just shy of tripling that. Is that really the actual need? Is that a best use of our land? It will increase the cost of housing. But as Rob commented before, definitely kind of a change of heart here and there, finding out more and more about this ordinance, but I'm not quite sure if it's ready to go, and I think that the public and the farming community needs to be here at the table, and we stand ready to work with them with that. Thank you.
And Delaney Ellis?
Good afternoon, Delaney Ellis. I'm here as a member of the Land Use Subcommittee of the Ag Futures Alliance, and we worked for a couple of years on a land use principles for sustainable agriculture in Ventura County. So I would like to commend staff for what looks to be a really comprehensive plan here that still has flexibility to meet those what-ifs that do come up. And in general, what we found when we wrote our land use paper, I jokingly referred to it as buffers and boundaries because that's sort of what it came down to. And once the paper was written, as you know, many papers then just go on the shelf. So what we did was we made appointments with the city planning departments for all the different cities in the county and went out. Various committee members would go out and meet with their planners and say, gee, this is what we've got. Do you have anything in your general plan that looks like this for the city? And we would dialogue with them, and some cities were really thankful to have some language that they could slot in because they were revising their general plan and were looking for some good buffering language to handle these conflict situations and to prevent, where possible, these conflict situations. And others did have pieces and parts of it. But what was most important was that we set up the dialogue about that and said, if you need any help, please do come and talk with us. Let's keep the dialogue going because the buffers are essential between the ag and the developer. And there's a lot that gets said about things should be on a voluntary basis instead of a mandated basis, but when it's on a voluntary basis, it doesn't seem to happen very often. So what I would, in my capacity, I would commend you for this work, and I would support the ordinance. As a person, I can't stand for the whole Ag Futures Alliance, but this is certainly in accordance with the papers and our philosophy that we've been talking about. And since we have, in fact, with SOAR, which is, you know, there is an end to SOAR, perhaps. But as long as we have SOAR in place, we have encumbered the farmers. We have restricted them and said that, in fact, they can't develop their land. They must remain in agriculture. And if that is the case, then I think it's incumbent upon any development that's coming close to honor that contract and do what they need to do to stand back from that edge so that the farmer can, in fact, farm that land in a productive and an economically feasible way for their, while that land must be in production. We shouldn't have them having to mitigate and pull back and hand water and hand spray because the developer's right up next door to them. So I would stand in support of this ordinance. I thank you for your good work in keeping ag alive in this county.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Okay. Next speaker, Charles Schwabauer.
Good afternoon. My name is Charles Schwabauer. I reside 12681 Broadway, Moore Park. and I'm here in support of agriculture, period. But if we can't make a living on that property for whatever reason, it's going to be coming back to you as to what you're going to do with it in order to still collect taxes, which you're doing now. The reality is, short term, with SOAR in place, agriculture needs some protection from high density, whatever somebody proposes. I have to brag a little on myself. In working with the city of Moorpark, established one of the first such setbacks, and it's worked beautifully. Gives us a little room, you know, and that way we can still farm and not have somebody right on our doorstep in the $2 million house telling me what I've got to do and can't do. On the other side of the ranch, we are circled by horse owners and you name it, and we call it farming on the edge, and it really is. Every time you want to put a helicopter in the air, you spend 3 days going around pleading your case to all the neighbors. That gets onerous, believe me. So I can see that while there's reason for you to be concerned about the amount of property that's being set aside and what happens when farming can no longer, for whatever reason, i.e. this is the Cadillac Desert, and we know it today, don't we? If we run out of water, all those kinds of things can affect what eventually the decision makers that are elected to sit on this dais have to make. And I don't envy your position, really. But you do need to, while in the short term, keep agriculture viable by minimizing the conflicts with neighbors. So I would support some sort of version of what we have heard today. This version that you've heard today is not exactly the one that came out of APAC, believe me. After legal counsel and our friends in the planning department got through with it, why, it changed its face a little. But I still think in some form it needs to be done. Your thoughts about whether all of agriculture is informed about it, I think they are more so than you probably think. It's only the retired guys like me that have time to be here. The rest of them are out driving a tractor. Any questions?
Supervisor Foy has a question.
I appreciate the comments, Schwabauer, and I agree with you. There has to be something. You should not have to deal with these neighbors the way you do, especially since you're there and some horse property moves in next to you and makes it difficult. And we have to protect farming. But I think you made a good comment when you said there may be something that has to be done, but this is different probably than what was voted on by the Ag Commission or whatever, APAC that you sit on, right? Mm-hmm. It's a little bit different. Has it become too extreme? Is there too much to it, do you think, or not?
It's just a little bit different. We were a little more flexible.
Right, yeah.
But now it's narrowed down quite precisely.
And I guess that's a good word for me, is the flexibility to decide, what to do. I was answering Supervisor Flynn's question when he said 300 feet by what? How many feet is that? And I looked at it and I kind of did a little quick calculation on my telephone with the calculator and said, okay, if it's a mile long, 5,280 feet, by 300 feet, well, you calculate that and divide it by acreage, that's 37 acres that's taken out of use right there. 37 acres. At the same time, it's 37 acres somebody's got to plant, somebody's got to maintain, and you talk about us trying to control the cost of housing, huge increase in the cost of housing and everything else. I mean, it's hard to say, well, can we leave that 37 acres without anything on it? It probably doesn't look very good. Nobody's going to do anything with it. But it's a huge cost. And if we got to have homeowners associations that got to maintain a 37-acre piece, the other side I have with that is, but again, that just goes back. But I agree with you. There's got to be something done so you can farm. We got to protect farming in this community, and I think that's our first priority. And that's why I struggle back and forth with this. How do we help you do what you do, at the same time, but not be so restrictive that we don't get housing. Housing costs start to rise like crazy on top of the costs they've already got. And what Rob Roy had said is something else maybe in the right to farm ordinance could do that, so you don't have some of this, because no matter what you do, you're going to have to be conscious of how you spray and what you do, no matter if somebody's 300 feet or 600 feet, right? I mean, it depends based on wind and everything else. You still did that.
The right to farm ordinance isn't going to stop the Ag Commissioner's office from telling me, hey, no.
No, right. Right. I mean, you have to be, reasonable neighbors no matter what you do, no matter what ordinance. Even at 300 feet, somebody's still going to hear something. Somebody's still going to hear your noise. There may be dust. If the wind is blowing, you're going to get it more than 300 feet. I know on my own ranch, 300 feet's nothing. It's going to come across. But anyway, so I'm just not sure it stops everything. So I appreciate your comments.
I know APAC's policy, and we do have a policy. It says 300 feet and 150 with vegetative barrier. So this is basically it. But APAC did allow for exemptions of farm worker housing, and I think that's one of the differences with this ordinance. There were two things that were exempted by the APAC policy that is different in this ordinance. Is that correct?
Right. Yeah, you mentioned this ordinance treats farm worker housing complexes the same it would do any other multifamily residential use. The other difference was in the APAC policy they make some subtle differences between what uses are allowed in a 150-foot barrier versus 300-foot barrier, and we felt that there was no substantive difference between those, so we only have one list. The other, and then there's one more, and that had to do with governmental facilities.
Government facilities.
And although governmental facilities is a very broad category, and you'll have fairly low intense uses, which through the exemptions and the waivers, probably a buffer would not be required. If it is a higher intensity use, like housing of prisoners at the jail, that would be a use that would be subject to this ordinance. So in the designing of that project, they would have to consider. Now, realizing most of the projects that we have seen come in are including vegetative buffers, so the vast majority of are 150 feet as opposed to 300. In terms of they're trying to deal with this issue.
Probably all, I would guess. All right.
I ask a question about a specific area of land. We're talking about the land near Rio Mesa High School for farm worker housing. How would this work if this passes as it is? How would it impact that piece of property?
Well, farm worker housing or any other type of residential quasi, I mean, even though farm worker housing is allowed in agricultural areas, it has a lot of the same characteristics as urban residential use.
Mm-hmm. Right.
In that instance, if it was on the edge, it would be subject to this buffering requirement. And if the property was too small to have any effective buffer, then waivers would have to be looked at on a case-by-case basis. So the ordinance sounds pretty ominous, but then when you look at the actual waivers and the grounds for waiver or deviation, you really look at the flexibility to apply it on a case-by-case basis.
Supervisor Foy?
Charlie, from your standpoint, if that happened on your property, you're going to put some farm worker housing on. That'd be very expensive for you to do that, right? If you had to put a 300-foot barrier, how many trees would you have to take out of your orchards to do that kind of thing?
If you're talking about a big complex, yes, it would really get to be a very expensive thing, especially if you're outside of a sewer district and all those kinds of things. You'd be into a package plant and, you name it.
Yeah.
And it would be very difficult. My only thought would be that if someone wanted to front those costs on his property, on his ranch, if he was a big enough operator, that they be allowed to do it, but that they furnish the county with payroll records to make sure that those people are farm workers and not others.
And I guess you're saying in these situations, since it's the landowner who's the farmer who has the farm worker housing complex, they can do the modified farming practices so that they can avoid pesticides being sprayed on their farm workers, for example.
Under that scenario, yes, and in as Ms. Mayor was reflecting earlier, Limonera is in fact proposing modifications of their own cultural practices adjacent to their own farm worker housing complexes, but realizing that there may be instances where, for instance, Rancho Sespe, as an example, is on a separate parcel and was not owned by the same property owner adjacent. And so they would have had to either enter into an agreement for modification, and if they couldn't reach agreement, then these policies would apply, and we would have to look at the reasonableness of these measures on that project-by-project basis. Hopefully, we would have a vegetative buffer, a vegetative barrier, and a 500-foot. Within that, 150-foot buffer. In that, that's probably where the parking would go, and the on-site sewage treatment plants, other lower intensity human activities. But the intensive play areas and the residences themselves would be hopefully subject to this to the setback provision.
But bear in mind, make sure they're farm workers.
Got it. Thank you for your comments. We have two final cards, John Friedman and David Moorhead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is John Friedman. I live in Thousand Oaks, and for the past 23 years, I've either been involved with or the owner of the Mar Ranch property, which is a 2,700-acre ranch in Simi Valley. And I just had a couple comments as well. First, in a kind of a general nature, we've used the word developer a lot today, and it's my understanding that this ordinance is not applicable to property that is within city spheres, which means I think the reverse is the amount of land that's not within a city sphere that's really going to be developed by a quote-unquote developer that we're picturing and we're on the slides of 8,000 square foot lots, can't happen. The type of development we're likely to see is exactly what I have recently submitted to the county planning staff on the remaining 250 acres that we own on Tapple Canyon Road across from the Lost Canyons Golf Course, which is rural ranchettes, 10, 20, 30-acre ranches. And that's where I think we really need to focus. We're not going to have homeowners associations affiliated with those kind of projects. We're going to have very rural in nature, single-family homes on a 10-acre parcel, which is where I want to focus a couple of other comments I have, because I'm confused as to how this would be applied to our project. I heard something about applications already filed are exempt. Putting that aside, in a general sense, I think it's a little confusing. It's black and white that where this ordinance is applicable, under your definition, if you have crop or orchard production going on. What's gray is my case.
which says if the State Department of Conservation Farmland Mapping and Monitoring Program calls it prime, statewide, unique, or locally important. So I went online for 2.5 hours this morning trying to understand that. I printed out this map, I blew it up to 1600 scale, and I still couldn't find my property. I could read the words on the bottom of the state's map that says this map is prepared at a scale such that anything less than 10 acres is not a viable, accuracy to use. This is not intended to be, it says, I think specifically, a general plan type map. This was a broad brush. So then I come to this meeting and that map got flashed up on the screen, and I may have noticed I ran up to try to look. I still don't know for sure, but I think some of my own property is shown as locally important. I have little pockets about 20,000 square feet, maybe an acre on Tahoe Canyon that have been oil well production. Not since the mid-'80s, but from the 30s up to the 70s, Mr. Marr had oil wells out on our property. And as a result of capping those wells and cleaning them up, we've got photos going back to the early 1900s, which show that there have been no agricultural production ever on the Marr Ranch. Yet, as I read this ordinance, and if I really read it, if I take half my property and propose a map for some 10-acre parcels, because somebody, I think, has called my other half locally important, although it's never been farmed, I need a 300-foot buffer on my own property to protect against my own property on land that's never been farmed. So that, concerns me. Again, maybe I'll say never mind if somebody tells me those little dots weren't my property. But certainly they're applicable to somebody in my case. I think I'm an example of the gray area. I'm the landowner who's really impacted by this, not, it's almost more the property owner like myself than the farmer that's impacted. I'll back up for 1 minute and say I agree conceptually with protecting farming. So we're not looking to, SOAR has already, I think, done some good groundwork in that respect. The one follow-up issue I wanted to point out is, as I read the ordinance, if I am locally important and I have to have this buffer, the buffer is measured from the adjoining property line of my neighbor. Well, that's what it says. It says it's measured from 300 feet from the adjoining, right here, 810744.41. The farmland buffer shall be minimum 300 feet measured from the nearest property line on the parcel that contains the farmland. So in my little pocket case, there's a parcel over here. Joe Smith owns that parcel, but his property line extends 1,000 feet further this way. I need to have my 300 feet from the property line, even though his locally important farmland is 700 feet away from his property line. So then we go, and lastly, I see my red light is on, but I have the right to apply for a waiver. I've got that same right in Simi Valley under the Hillside Performance Standards. In the last 22 years, there's never been one granted.
If I may, if I could have staff address it. When I was shaking my head,
Yeah.
it's regarding a structure. But if staff could you explain if he would have a problem in terms of having ranchettes and where his house is?
Well, first of all, let's deal with if the property was never farmed, it wouldn't be classified as locally important because one of the criteria is that it had to have been farmed. It's dry land farming in this county, but it had to have been farmed. Virtually all prime agricultural land, if it hasn't been built for other purposes, is in farming production. Statewide significance is a very subtle difference, but very close to prime agricultural land. Unique would be basically in production irrigated orchards, typically avocados, hillside avocados, etc. So I doubt if in fact, as he asserts, that the property has never been farmed, it's highly unlikely that it's designated for agricultural purposes. In the case where he's developing a portion of the property, his property, or developing all of his property, and he's adjacent to land that meets the criteria that is expressed in the ordinance, it's outside a city sphere, and it's designated open space, and it contains these soils or is in inactive production, then he would have to provide the buffer. If the property, let's say the parcel in the last scenario we gave, if the parcel was adjacent to his, but the agricultural land was 1,000 feet away, that 1,000 feet is in effect the buffer, and so there is no buffer requirement.
Per the ordinance or per the waiver criteria?
No, per the ordinance. It's basically it's from, well, first of all, the land, it is, the buffer has to be from we're classifying it by the soils and what's going on, not simply on a parcel boundary. Realizing it was written in the context in which case, generally speaking, the parcels in their entirety, if they can be farmed, are in fact farmed, and the purpose of which is to take into account that if it's farmed right up to the property line, it's going to be on your property. In the case where there is no farming, has never been any farming, and it's 1,000 feet from the property line, no, a buffer would not be required.
Well, and if you're in a ranchette type of development and front yards are considered and you have 10-acre lots, I mean, obviously, even if you're up to farm land, that front area or from the structure would be considered buffer or wouldn't require it. So, I mean, that's why I'm thinking that ranchettes aren't going to really be the effect here. What we're looking at are houses up to the edge or within 100 feet of farming operation, not front lawns or, several acres in your yard.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question here? So in that scenario where you just talked about, where there wasn't any farming on that, now let's say somebody buys it and wants to farm that land, and that fence line is, I don't know, 1,000 feet long or 5,000 feet long. That farmer now, since the person on the other property didn't have to buffer, the buffer was kind of on the farmer's property.
Correct.
So now that farmland then becomes unusable for that 300-foot swath, right?
Well, in that particular scenario, there would be no imposition of a buffer on the adjacent non-farming land because they came there first. They would have all their conditions. There was no buffer required. If the property owner later came in and wanted to do significant, let's say, grading and preparing of that land for agricultural purpose, they do so at their own risk, and they would have to abide by all the requirements of the Ag Commissioner's office, and there would be no extraordinary requirements on the.
But they still have that buffer. What I'm thinking about is, how about the people who've come in, they bought a piece of property that's just hillsides now, right? And there's a home or something next to that property they bought, and they wanted to plant avocados and stuff like we're seeing a lot of happen. Would they then have to put a 300-foot buffer next to that home area?
No, the buffer would never be a requirement on the farmer.
Well, what if that home's already within 100 feet of the property line?
Well, whoever's there first has the predominant right.
That's what I'm saying. So the farmer then would have to do the 300-foot.
Well, you wouldn't know. The ordinance does not apply to the farmer. The farmer could plant the land. The real requirements to the farmer in that instance would be the requirements in terms of pesticide application. They would have to get the proper permits from the Ag Commissioner's office.
I guess I'm talking about that land portion. So you're saying if out there on the hills, right there, there's a piece of property that somebody has and they've lived there. It's a 10-acre piece, and they're maybe 100 feet from the property of the adjacent property line. Somebody buys 50 acres and they want to plant that hill in avocados, so they can come right up to the property line and still do that without, even though there's a second one in. The other homeowner was there with his or her property.
That's correct.
I think that the point is you don't want to put new sensitive uses next to a farming operation right up to the edge. So that's what's protecting is when a developer comes in and wants to build, right up to the edge and not put any buffer, and you're putting sensitive uses there, that it's offering some protection to both parties.
Right, I just want to make sure that the farmer wasn't limited to what he could do on his property that may already own that, but just hasn't done anything with it, so we see a lot of that happening now.
I don't think so, no. David Moorhead? Okay, we do have, did you want to speak?
But my issues have been covered. And
okay, thank you. Are there any other cards? Not seeing any. That is the end of our cards.
I ask you, what side are you on here?
It is a very difficult issue, and certainly I come from a family of farmers. I currently own a piece of property, and we have an application in, so we're exempt from this ordinance. So I didn't want to mix it up in that regard. I do know that from being in the process and having been in the process before, what's on paper can have unintended consequences. And I think a lot of those have been discussed here today, and it seems like some of these unintended consequences have been brought up for the first time for some of your ears, and it would be my advice to take a stronger look at it.
And that completes our public comment cards now.
Thank you.
Did staff want to have any comments? You've kind of interspersed comments in between the speaker cards. And I think part of the questioning is because there's some folks that want to find out the full applicability of the ordinance and make sure that certain situations are addressed in the ordinance and where the waivers come in. But as I see it, there allows for flexibility already built into the ordinance in terms of the agricultural vegetative buffer that you can put in. But on top of that, there are also abilities for exemptions, I guess several of them, depending on whether you're going to be putting these sensitive uses, or maybe the use you're putting in is not going to have children in a playground right there. So we can take that into account, which I appreciate. Any comments from the board? Supervisor Long?
I'll jump right in. What I've heard today and what I've heard from letters and phone calls gives me great pause to whether this is ready for prime time. I think that there, even amongst people who I feel are knowledgeable and engaged in this, some misunderstandings and questions. So one of my thoughts would be that we continue this, hold this, whatever we wish to do in the legal standing of it, to let it circulate out there for 60 more days, 90 more days, and specifically asking the Ag Association and the Farm Bureau to do extra work in both, whether not to tell them how to do their work, whether it's workshops or whatever, but just to be certain that the farmers fully understand this. I certainly heard from farmers that I know and think highly of that they support this, and that's good to hear, and I appreciate that, and I came in here feeling like, how do you then weigh whether there's a real consensus or not, and also understanding that people and their properties and their farming operations you're not going to get 100% consensus on this. The other piece of it, the good work of APAC. I always look to APAC and because that's what we form them for, is to deliberate these tough issues that confront the farming community, and that they had numerous discussions, as I understand it, and it came forward to us, and whether or not it'd be healthy to run it one more time past APAC. With some of the discussion that came up today. And the other thing that concerns me is I have to assume that the cities who have looked at this, and I appreciate the comments made by the Ag Alliance representative, that they reached out to the cities and the planners so that they have been briefed. I don't know if that means all 10 or a couple or whatever, but and the cities must feel there's no issue for them because it doesn't impact them in their sphere lines even. And obviously we know we don't have land use authority within the city incorporated lines. But it is always those unintended consequences that have to be vetted as much as possible. The other thing that I came in here feeling that I would need to have in order to support this would be some form of a timeline that says in 5 years this will sunset, or in 5 years this will be reconsidered because of changing climates, sunset of SOARs, whatever you want to tag it to, changing operations, global competition, pressures on all of us to really be certain that we have in place in our county the guidelines and ordinances and policies that really support the agricultural community and don't become their demise. So I would look to have some language in here that would say there's either a sunset of this that's tied to other sunsets, or reconsideration language that says every 5 years we'll take a fresh look at it. So that's my comments at this point.
Supervisor Foy, you want to go?
Okay, thank you. Those were great. I appreciate that, the way you put that. A couple of things I thought about. There's the farming side, and we've got to do whatever we can to protect our farmers and make it easy. Not easy. It's not easy to farm, and don't give them any other problems. There's also another side of this, too, I think, is that on the people who own the property adjacent to farmers, there's an inequitability, I guess, to look at a larger developer versus a smaller developer. A larger developer is going to probably find more ability within that big project to find a buffer and use that land in a different way. If you had a small person that was just doing 10 or 12, 15 homes, a 300-foot or a 150-foot buffer is a huge part of his land that he would want to be using for something. So I think we have a couple things we have to deal with on that. But I also believe, though, that the developer, whoever's doing that, should have to give rights to that farmer. That farmer has rights to do what he was doing prior. So there's a way of, it's a difficult situation. The other side I look for that is, how do we deal with the loss of all that land and the housing that we're going to lose? That's a big issue to me. And then as Supervisor Flynn and other people brought up, the cost to increase. When I'm talking about, first of all, the cost to plant that, take it off the housing or whatever else we're going to use it, and then to maintain that. When you do a homeowner association for all this, are we going to add $100, $200, $300 to somebody else's home mortgage because of that? That's going to be very expensive for us, and it's a very expensive county we live in. But then Supervisor Long's thoughts, I think, about holding this off is somewhere I would go down, and I'd like to take two tracks on that. One track is, we've got the buffer. Can we look at that, make sure it gets out to the farmers, make sure it's clearly understood, and is there some ways to be more flexible? As Mr. Schwabar had said, it wasn't quite as flexible as it was when they came out of their committee. The other track I'd like to do is maybe take it down Mr. Roy's side of it, is what can we do to strengthen the Right to Farm Act? Is there a way to do that as we run both these tracks, and then both of those come back to us? Is there a way to protect the farmers? There's no, legally that they can spray and do all the stuff under what the Ag Commission allows them to do anyway, and try to go down that track without having to put all these a 10 or 12 or 15 page ordinance together. As I think we heard, is every time you start doing that, you keep adding a whole lot of consequences down the line. There's no question that we want to protect the people that live next to those farming. We don't want them being sprayed. We want noise. They have a right to live and enjoy the life and the homes that they purchased. However, we've got to find a way to protect these farmers to do the business that we, I think, as a county, has said we want farming here, and we want to protect farming and make it as easy as possible for them to farm. So I think that's a goal. I'd like to understand more of the Moore Park buffer too. That'd be interesting for me to find out later. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Supervisor Bennett?
Thank you. Try to make these 8 points as quickly as I can. One, we heard the identification of the differences between what was at APAC and what has come here, and I think you have to say those are pretty minor differences. They're not talking about anything major, and I think that those people were there at APAC when if you said, hey, this is how it's changed, I don't think that they would find that as significant. Second thing is Mr. Roy's comments about nuisance law and all of that, and then what you had just mentioned, Mr. Foy, about right to farming ordinances. But the bottom line is there are right to farming ordinances all over in the state, and believe me, there are some places where people really want to have the strongest right to farming ordinances that you can. Bottom line is there's a limit to what you can put into right to farming ordinances, and that's why you need the buffer, because you just can't say, if you used to spray, methyl bromide right here, and now somebody builds right next to you, by gosh, they get to continue to do that. You just can't, and that's why you need it. So I would offer that the comments Mr. Roy brought up about the nuisance is counterintuitive from my perspective, and that's actually the logic why you should, not why you shouldn't do this. The next point that's been brought up is about what this does to the price of housing. I want to remind us we're talking about doing this in parts of the county outside of the cities. We have the guidelines for orderly development. We have SOAR. We have a citizenry that has said we don't want development out in those areas. This is not, if anybody thinks that by getting rid of this buffer thing we're going to lower the price of housing in Ventura County, that logic just doesn't add up. This isn't going to be dealing with thousands and thousands of units of, tens of thousands of units of housing that could have some impact on housing. The other thing I would offer is that argument usually is made, certainly not by my esteemed colleagues here, but it's usually made by the Building Industry Association, who, when we here at the board try to bring things up to bring the cost of housing down, like inclusionary housing, requiring that certain percentage of the housing has to be affordable housing, they actually lobby against that. So usually the people that are using the argument about the housing are not the ones that are out there actually pushing for the affordable housing part of this. So there'd be no assurance if you didn't do this that you would get now more affordable housing in that. With regard to the number of farmers that are here, I think Mr. Scharbauer was exactly right. Farmers have a great network out there. They particularly talk about issues that are going to affect their property values and stuff. This has been out here for years. This ag buffer thing. I mean, literally out here for years. It's gone in front of the Ag Policy Group multiple times. We have talked about it. This has been in the newspaper. I don't think that this is a surprise. I think that it is a little bit where Supervisor Long said. Most farmers were in favor of it. Ellen Brokoff, who we honored this morning, was on the Ag Policy Group and certainly in favor of this. I can see why, from the developer's standpoint, the Building Industry Association would be opposed to this. They are opposed to restrictions, and it's understandable, and that's a philosophical position that, there's a tension that we always have to work out here in Ventura County, just like we have some philosophical differences about land use up here. But I would just offer, that's not where the public is in Ventura County. I believe that the public is there for preserving agriculture in Ventura County, and they're there for taking the steps to preserve agriculture. And for them, this just makes common sense to have this buffer, and that it should be paid for by the person who will profit from the development, not from the farmer that is there. And I keep hearing that something needs to be done. And I would just offer, after all these years and all of this input, this is it. So I think I can guess where this is going to go, but I'd just like to say that I'd like to make the motion for staff's recommendation, and I completely respect the idea that if that's not there, that this be looked at in 60 days. Final point I would make, the reason why I wouldn't just sit back on the 60 days is I hear the kind of questions that you asked, Mr. Foy. I don't think you get those answers in 60 days. I don't think you get, I think the stuff you're talking about in terms of strengthening the right farm, I don't think we get there, and then this thing gets put off even further. So that's where I would be with this.
If that's a motion.
Yeah, but with complete respect for everybody up here, these land use issues are just always our toughest ones, and we all are speaking, from our heart about what we think's out there. So thank you.
What is there left to say?
I don't know. I have dealt with the farmers primarily in the groundwater management agency, and I know that you can learn from farmers. You can learn things from farmers. Our ordinances that we have, especially Ordinance 8 and 5, those two, GMA, they were created kind of like a town hall meeting rather than the GMA simply dictating. But yet we've been very successful in abating the seawater intrusion. And so what I'm saying is you can learn from farmers. I would like to see it continue so that we can hear from more than we've heard today. And I appreciate all of you coming. APAC plays a role. We have their minutes for November 8th. I mentioned one of the members who had to leave and didn't vote on this, but I have great respect for him. I'd like to hear him, see what he has to say about it, and the others. And maybe APAC come back, rather than yes or no on the proposed ordinance, come back and say, here's some other things we would like you to change in this proposed ordinance. And that would give you some input. You were created for that purpose, really. So I would support going for a 60-day or whatever it is, so that mainly the people that this will impact or could impact have knowledge of what it is. We shouldn't pass ordinances without people knowing what they're all about. So that would be the reason.
But, you know, I think it's interesting that our staff pointed out the people that this will impact is not the farmers. The whole point of this ordinance is to protect the farmland. Who it will impact are those who want to develop right next to the farmland.
And I understand that, but the farmers don't necessarily know that.
Right. Well, again, it's been to the APAC 3 times, and actually the APAC did come up with their own ordinance. And staff worked with them and found there were some legal problems with the way it was, and then also this kind of environmental justice issue where, you know, to put a certain class, a certain type of worker who's allowed to be impacted by farmland with pesticide drift or whatever doesn't seem fair. We have to apply it across the line no matter what kind of work you do as a human being. I'm glad to hear that. But that was one of the things that APAC's ordinance did allow for. It did allow for farm worker housing in the farmland without having to have the buffer, made a distinction with the buffer area. I'd like to see this go through just because we have worked on it for a couple of years. It did go through the farming community. I think what this will, taking a break on this, taking 60 days, I think the input we're going to be getting is not from the farmers who say we don't need that protection. You're going to hear it from those who want to develop land next to farmland. And it comes down to it, to me, that's the major decision. Do we want to help the farmers to protect their industry, which is really one of the biggest industries in our county economically, or not? And I think that's all this is. It is a protection measure. And you have your light on.
I agree with you, and I think when this was first brought to the board said very, very directly that we did not want a buffer to be the burden of the farmers, of the agricultural community. We wanted to have a buffer that would benefit them, in essence add another protection of right to farm and deal with the occurrences that our community back then, and fortunately haven't had any recent ones, where there had been some issues with a farming practice that had endangered the safety of children and others. So, and I have not changed my position on that. And I, as I said when I started, to say that I've heard from farmers who are in strong support of this. I think if we just take some more time, because of the double detail issue for the Ag Association and the Farm Bureau, who is not here today, to make sure that they have had the discussion with the farmers and everyone understands the details and everyone is in agreement, and they not 100%, just at least a consensus of support from those two groups that represent the majority of our farmers in this community that we typically look to, in addition to APAC. APAC has done a tremendous job on this, and yes, Ellen was here this morning, and she clearly said this was one of her priorities and her passion that she worked on. So I'm there. I just feel that we need to have some more time because of just the few comments we heard in the boardroom this afternoon that clearly there have been some misunderstandings of the proposal. So to clear it up, to allow a 60-day additional vetting of it, I think usually when that happens, things come back and they're in a stronger position of support, and we clearly hear from those people most impacted. That's my thought.
Supervisor Bennett?
If I could, I really appreciate those comments. I can remember some other times when the APAC was in favor of something, and then right at the last minute as it came to the board, the APAC changed their position. This time the APAC didn't change their position. They kept their position, but it's sort of like in the boardroom, it's almost like the pressure is being applied. And so I have to tell you, honestly, I try to sit there and say, you know, if farmers had real concerns with this, and it's been out there for 3 years, and APAC has had it, I think we had heard that from farmers, and I think we did hear that from farmers, and they actually, you know, so there was input that was received. Interestingly, the only significant difference between what they came up with, where it was at APAC, and where we have here is something that I've heard everybody on the board already nodding off on, which is you can't exempt farm worker housing and put a farm. So the board has already said to APAC that's just not acceptable. Outside of that, it's essentially the same. So I bring this up to suggest that that the barometer I would use is, where is the ag industry? I think 3 years of it tells me more than what's going to happen when there will be significant pressure put on by those people who associated with the development industry about whether they should come and be in favor of this, et cetera. From a common sense standpoint, I'm just not hearing anything that farmers would have any serious problems with this. It would have surfaced by now with people like Ellen Brokaw on Ag Policy Advisory Committee. Those issues would have surfaced by now. I think we'll have some other issues surface, but I'm afraid that they'll be more for political reasons than the other. Thank you.
If I might, I don't believe that the details of this have been out in the circulation for 3 years. I think the concept has been, but the details have frankly come up since September forward, perhaps, with the APAC discussion on this. So, you know, I think that we've been doing this long enough to know whether there's a sea change or whether there's just a political pressure that comes back to us in 60 days, and whether there's validity in that pressure or the sea change. I mean, it has to be very factual and detailed and substantial, I think, if to you know, make a change in someone's decision making and thought process on the vote of the ordinance or not. Well, I think we just have to disagree here.
I would just say, you know, when it was proposed, it was 300-foot buffer with 150 vegetative, with the flexibility of the agriculture commissioner and the planning director to waive it. You know, so I think the essential elements are the same. And I did just want to make one comment that I heard today that I hadn't thought about before, and that is the concept that we have SOAR. And I remember when we were doing SOAR, how there was a lot of frustration that certain lands are protected and then the others get to be built on, you know, around them. So this does give them something I think that they need because there is SOAR. And I hadn't really thought about that before, because, you know, they have to stay in agriculture land, and we are kind of tying an arm behind their back if we're allowing development to go right up to the edge. They can't, they're all of a sudden they're constrained on what they can do on their agriculture land. I just want to put that out.
You know, we're a legislative body, which means we should have some give, and very rarely do we have these, you know, when you think about what we do in a normal 6 or 7 hour meeting, we don't have this. So I really welcome this. Just very quick response. I agree with you, all the details have not been out for 3 years. But if there was something in the details that was fundamentally flawed for ag, The Ag Policy Advisory Group would have brought that up. Ellen Brokoff would have brought that up, and it just hasn't surfaced until today. And so I just have to think that it's not an ag issue; it's a developer issue. That. I leave it with that. But I think I know where this is going to go. And yeah.
I agree.
Well, I think there is a question of is there a full understanding of the flexibility that is then still available for the farmers, or does this even more ratchet down the flexibility of 10 years out from now what their possible land use options may be? And you know, there hasn't been comment made on yet on the my thought in looking at either a reconsideration timeline or a sunset timeline that I think might address that issue.
Would you be willing to accept the motion if it had that in there, that it would come back in 5 years, to re-up it?
To have a sunset?
Yeah,
I might do that.
Supervisor Flynn?
I still feel there needs to be, I'm sorry, Mr. Flynn, but let me just finish that comment. I still feel there needs to be some more vetting of it. So
I don't think it's going to hurt anything to let it stay out there another 60 days. I think it's important that people understand it. And, you know, that could be that some farmers think the burden is going to be on me. So I would like to erase all that feeling and make sure that the farming community is in support of what we're proposing here. I don't think we have enough people here to tell us that. So that's why I'd like the 60-day continue.
I can see that the motion is dying. No, there's no support.
You got to get efficient. It's 3-2, right?
Right.
There's no support.
Well, let me just say real quick that I agree with 60 days. And if the farmers come back and tell us this is what they want to do, I can be in support of that. I would like a sunset clause in that. I think that would be good. Because even Mr. Roy said, I really haven't taken much time to do much with it. So, I mean, if he hasn't done it with his 160, 80 different people of his, I think it would be just good to flush it out, let's see what they come, and then we can go with it.
Okay.
Well,
so we have this motion fails 2-3. Now we can entertain another motion.
My motion would be to continue this for 60 days, to have it brought back to us, to give an opportunity for our significant associations to do some good groundwork on it, and to bring it back in 60 days.
I would second that.
He has one more comment. Can you hear him? Roy?
You want to direct staff to also have language for a sunset?
Yes.
Or not sunset, or review, or whatever.
Yep.
Language for both. Let's put some language out there that would say that the ordinance would. I don't want to tie it. Well,
you can tie it to SOAR.
Yeah, because that's going to.
Because that concept that this is actually assisting farmers who are bound a bit by SOAR. So I think that's appropriate.
Language that this would then be proposed that it would sunset with the Measure B, which was the unincorporated SOAR. Draft language for that also. Sunset or reconsideration.
Is there a second to the motion?
That's my motion.
Do I hear a second?
A second.
You're seconding.
Can you do me a favor and repeat it?
Okay. The motion is to continue this for 60 days and also direct staff to come back in 60 days with language that would call for a sunset of this ordinance tied to the sunset of the unincorporated Measure B for the county SOAR. So it would be tied to that.
I've already seconded it, but I'll bite my tongue as I say this in good humor. And if we re-up SOAR, does this automatically, does the sunset go?
Well, sunset, it has to be, you always have to be consideration.
I know, I mean, if we re-up SOAR, Measure B goes in, right.
People keep talking about political pressure. I don't feel any political pressure at all in going for 60 more days. I don't feel a political pressure on this issue. Congratulations, congratulations.
All right, we have a motion, a second. Is there any objections to the motion? Seeing none, that passes, and we're adjourned. And good discussion.
May I say something? In furtherance of what we've heard here today, I would like to propose that I'll get together with the Farm Bureau, and we'll try to put together some public-type forum in the next 30 days, and we'll invite members of your Planning Commission to attend it. The implication that there's any pressure here, there is no pressure. In fact, the first time I talked to the building industry was today on this issue. This hasn't really been on the radar screen. And I got to tell you something. The presumption that APAC, what APAC knows, everybody in the Ag Committee knows, no way. In 30 years, I've never received a single communication from APAC. Okay? APAC does not routinely communicate with individual growers within the community. They report back to your board. So growers do not know what's going on in APAC individually. Yeah. I came in here today thinking about supporting. When I heard that report, it changed my mind. So if that changed my mind, I want to make sure that my clients understand all the implications. Yes, I did read it. Yes, I did. And apparently I didn't read it close enough.